Okay, folks, good morning. Here we are back in vertical video land. I don't really like it vertical, but it is what it is. All right, so we got some things that we want to accomplish today. We want to paint the backs of all of these, of the support beams, which that's just rudimentary over and over and over again. And we're still going to wet. See, that's why they need weights. And they're coming. They'll be here tomorrow. Actually, they'll be here today. So we got little metal weights we're going to put on the back of these, so these guys don't fall over like cheap dominoes. The design is a bit flawed when they made these, and we've got these two cars that this is exactly how they came out of the packaging, except we put a flat coat on them and to try to get some of the wash to adhere. Now, against my better judgment, I probably should not use strong tone, but since I do everything with strong tone, I am. So we're going to take a look at this, and this one's got a little bit of water. We want to save that one for other stuff. Let's do this right here. Let's go this side and just see how this is going to take a little bit of time to dry, so I want to go ahead and do this first, and then we'll jump these. And I'm going to, this water is brand new, so let's go ahead and okay, I just washed them. Well, we don't need the readers. We just washed them. Why aren't they here? I'll leave them out there. Be right back, folks. Yeah, the eyedroppers. All right. Get a little bit of this water. Guess we need to cut down this wash a little bit. Let's take a look and see how this looks. That is, yeah. It's like, man, it's looking a little bit. It's looking a little black. Yeah, okay, this is about right. Now, even though we're going to use these for Gaslands, I'm not going to make them all like Mad Maxed out. Because what happens is, a lot of then you basically have every car look like every other car. And I don't really want to go for that. I want to see if we can make this look with the car color it comes in. Now, I was watching a video, and this is why I always say it's like the internet is great because we can learn from each other. This guy was like saying, several people, more than one, was that you could take some of these decals off. You know, I've taken some of this stuff, the writing off with like mineral spirits. It's a pain in the ass to do that, but you can do that. This guy was saying with a dry erase marker. So you literally take like a black dry erase marker, go over that spot, and then wipe it off. And I'm like, well, we got to get us a dry erase marker then today when we go out shopping. this on here, and then we'll add a little bit of water to it. Now, why did I pick this one? Well, this one is a nice color, the yellow. A yellow is a pain to freaking put on. So this one actually looks pretty nice. And there's actually lots of them out there. Lots of these at the store. And some models are really rare to get. Even though they're from the same year. Now, I was able to get two models that are, yeah, we're going to go ahead and cover this in this color, even though we're going to go and repaint the back. I mainly wanted to see how this yellow looked. And it looks like it's going to work. It's looking promising. I picked up a few cars that are unique, that, you know, in picking them up and getting something that's kind of unique, you invariably have to buy you either have to get lucky, or you have to buy something that is a modified paint scheme, whether it's neon or glow in the dark or something, color change or something like that, that you may not necessarily want to buy, but you know, you can't get them for $1, or you just get lucky. And I'll show you what I mean here in a second. Okay, that looks pretty good. And we're not going to do the same thing on the green one just yet, because, I don't know, maybe I won't like how it looks. We'll do the yellow one that'll stand out the most on the yellow. Okay, so while that's drying, oh, let me show you what, who the hell's on? Is anybody on? Anybody actually give a shit? No, I'm not gonna steal my own thunder. I'm not gonna steal my own thunder. Let's get this one we're using for the base. I believe the base color brown we're using is this burnt umber. Now this is the one that has the back that we did on it. Yeah, okay. So that one's gone to the next stage. Sure enough, as soon as I close one of those craft paint bottles, you get paint on you. That's the worst thing about them. I don't care about the coverage of them. I'm fine with craft paint for this terrain type of stuff. We're going to have this kind of watery, because it is black underneath, and I'm okay with some of the black showing. Because the whole intention here is to simulate that this is rusty. These are made of some kind of iron or steel girders. And they just rusted. And I suspect that the gates that I'm going to do will be all in this color. So I might actually look at airbrushing the gates, because it is a lot of Well, we are going to airbrush the main color black, but it's a whole lot of girders. We don't want to spend 2 weekends just painting the gates. Okay, that one's done. Need to be careful. We don't want to transfer this somewhere else. If I do, then I'll have to fix it. Now these are commercially available. You could make your own barriers. I suspect I'll make some. You know, these are kind of like an industrial look. And that's what I have. I bought a playmat. I think it's a 4x4, and it's like a industrial warehouse, and it is gorgeous. As a matter of fact, I think the company that makes it is no longer around anymore, and it's just a neoprene. What do you call that stuff? Mouse pad. It's like it's a big glorified mouse pad, but the graphics that are on it are just absolutely gorgeous. They're so good. I don't think it could do a better job painting them than what they have on there. I was really impressed. And it's pretty high quality, and I've never used it. I got it, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And this would probably work if you just left it like this. But we're going to add a little bit of more lighter, rusty color dry brush on that. Now, one thing's kind of a bummer about doing some of these hobbies at some of these scales is you're not going to you're not going to go to a store and find something to tempt you. You're not going to go into, say, the mall. Not that I remember the last time I went to the mall, and go to, what was the name of that place that was in the mall all the time? KB Toys. And they have models. You wouldn't be tempted to buy a model. They don't have stuff in the scale that I'm interested in. They don't have 1/72 scale models laying around anywhere. However, if you're doing die-cast cars, shit, they got those at the grocery store. Now, they may not be ones you want, but at least it's fun to look through them. And I tell you what, I've had a lot of fun looking through cars. Well, what's this grown-ass man doing looking through cars? I said, I don't know, maybe I'm buying for a nephew. I don't need to lie to people. Besides, if you go to Walmart, nobody questions you. There's all kinds of freaks at Walmart. I'm the least freakish person there. But I don't want to buy them just to collect them. I want to buy them to modify them. Anybody can just collect them. And what's your hobby? I buy shit. And then I don't sell it. Well, that sounds like hoarding to me. So we're enjoying this. We're enjoying mixing it around. It's still basically doing the same scale I was doing. So, there's some tie in there. It's cheap as hell. It is extremely cheap as hell. And the interior on these vehicles are beautiful. Now, I just did the brown wash. It's not that noticeable. That's okay. We still want it to look yellow. And I don't know what the interior color is on these, but I'm probably going to try to paint it like the interior color. I suspect they're vinyl seats. Hopefully it's not like they were all black on the inside. Like, that's boring. Although, that's what I would want in my own car. I'd want the inside of my own car to be black. But, you know, some of those cars from like the 60s and 70s or whatever, they've got like that vinyl that you would sit on. I mean, I never had a supercar like that, or my family never had a supercar, but just anything, you know, you had cloth seats and you had vinyl seats. Nobody had leather seats. You know, leather seats, that's for like, you know, the rich people or well endowed people. Normal people didn't have leather seats in their car. It was either vinyl or cloth. And cloth would stain, and the vinyl one, on a hot day, because I've always lived somewhere hot, you know, it could stick to the bed. It'd burn the hell out of you when you sat on it with shorts. Good morning, Marcus. I bet you growing up didn't have any cars with leather seats. They didn't exist. I mean, maybe like if, you know, you had a Mercedes or, you know, some kind of a roadster or something like that. But, you know, that's not normal people. Especially back in the day when you and I grew up, you probably had a mom that her job was mom. You know, you can't have that. You can't really do that anymore, you know? Yeah, you had vinyl. Yeah, you did. You know, and it would stick to the back of your legs, man, and burn you. You think the cars are hot now, man. They were really hot back then. We never had a car that didn't have air conditioning, but we did have a Ford station wagon. 1968 Ford station wagon. It was like metallic, light green. I'm painting it really horrible, but it wasn't that bad. The worst part is that it was a station wagon. I have a phobia with station wagons. There's no way I'd drive anything that even remotely looks like one. However, it ran on leaded gas. That's the oldest car I remember. It was in 1968, so it predated me by 3 years. And it was a beast. And I remember it had a huge steering wheel, but yet the steering wheel was huge. However, the diameter on it is like half of the diameter of the steering wheel of my car, which is like half the diameter of it. Yeah, old steering wheel is like twice as wide, but only half as thin. One of those cars where you do this and the car doesn't move, you know, it's got that much slop in it. I don't think I ever drove it. I don't think I ever drove it. It was gone by the time I was of driving age. That's the earliest car I remember us having. Yeah. I don't remember what the name of it. I don't remember if it had a you know what you call it, a level of trim or whatever it's called? Ford station wagon, 1968, green. Like a town and country. It was like this. This is what it was like. This is the first car I remember that we ever had. And that's that light metallic green or whatever. And you had a bench seat up front, you had a bench seat in the middle, and in the back it was totally flat. You know, it was like a flatbed. And even though it was 1968, there was a window on the back that you could, you didn't have a switch for it up at the console at the front. You had to go to the back, use your key, and when you turned the key, the back window would come down. And the back window the back door would slide open, and on the back of it, on the flatbed, there was like this hidden compartment where you could like smuggle stuff if that's what you did, and you could pull it out, and there would be two seats that'd be facing each other. For kids could sit there, across from each other. So, it could sit eight people comfortably, I guess. Well, they got modern Ford Country Sedan. Ford Country Sedan. Here's what the back of it looked like. Yeah, it ran on leaded gas. I remember when we lived in Huntsville, Alabama, my dad would go like, "Oh, we gotta go across the state. We gotta go across the Tennessee River to get gas because it's cheaper there." People say gas is more expensive now. I don't know that gas is more expensive now. People get paid a shitload lot more money than they did back then. You have all these things that everybody feels like they need to have. That's really what's increased the price on everything. I gotta have a cell phone. Okay, well that's another bill a month. And on top of the cell phone, there's all the taxes that go with a cell phone. So that's the kind of stuff that's increased. Food is definitely more expensive. But I don't know that fuel is one of them. People are like, man, I wish gas was, 73 cents or whatever. Well, once you do the multiplier, gas is a lot cheaper now than 73 cents was back then. Problem is you have all these other things that you didn't have to have before. And they're more expensive. I don't think the gas itself, and cars are a hell of a lot more gas efficient. You used to love to sit in that seat, yeah. Can you imagine putting your kids in that seat? I couldn't. I think we rode in the back seat, not all the way in the back. I'm sure I took road trips without the seatbelt on. Or, took them off in the middle of the... There's no way in hell for a month, other than going and backing out of my driveway, going to check the mail. I don't go anywhere without a seatbelt. The only safety thing I am not like super hard on for my daughter to have put on was a helmet riding a bike. I mean, when she's little, yes. But like as a teenager, you're not gonna wear a helmet riding a bike. Not riding a bike out in traffic. You're riding a bike through the neighborhood, right? How many times did we ride a bike through the neighborhood? In the 70s, nobody wore a freaking helmet on a bicycle. What the hell's wrong with you? They didn't make bicycle helmets back in the 1970s. Looks like Gaslands restored my mojo. I don't know. Was my mojo in need of restoring? I had one of the people that I know is like, hey, they commented on my post the other day. They're like, hey, it's good to see you playing again. And like I guess people don't understand. This is a retired person. I'm going to pick on retired people here for a second. Maybe retired people don't get it, but I don't need to game. Okay, I need time to decompress from reality, right? And some people that are gamers think that that's gaming with other people, and it isn't. It isn't if it's a pain in the fucking ass. Like if it's a pain in the ass to like, okay, worry about leaving work on time and like going somewhere that's hot and then getting everything together and then figuring out how to play the rules. And it's not that I don't enjoy hanging with the folks that I hang out with. I do. But there's pains in the asses that go along with that. I'd rather come home, shower, get on the freaking computer, shoot some planes down. And interacting with Don, playing the video game, that's probably one of the most fun that I've had that I can think of ever. Because it's somebody I really know and I will see them, but it's a game that I can just go with. There's no cleanup. I'm in a comfortable environment, I'm cool. I'm cool 71 degrees, not 91. So gaming isn't the end all for me. I'd rather never play another game again than not paint again. So, But it's still the same scale, kind of. I think I got caught up on the 3D bot maker videos, not really like. I would really love to do something like that, but first of all, I don't have the space for it. Second of all, I won't even come, no matter how good I get at it, I won't even be close to being as good as what that guy does. And I know that, and I don't want to do all the editing. And the commentary, I like playing games. I like playing games live. And you guys see what happens. And the funny commentary I come up with happens on the fly. Not edited, and you think, that's work. That's too much work. The hobby is more than gaming. Absolutely. What helped with this is this is going to be the easiest way. Playing this is going to be the easiest way to see me film games on the fly again. As much as I love the World War II stuff, it's just like, it's a hell of an uphill climb, especially for my workload at work. It's too much of an ask right now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to work on World War II stuff, but I'm glad I didn't paint the Japanese infantry. Not because I don't want to paint Japanese infantry, but because the palm trees work with this. I'm doing these barriers because I already had them and and one of them was half done. But the race is going to be an off-road race with the palm trees as barriers. That's why I did it, you know. So still can use that stuff. Well, some people think, you know, the hobby is just gaming. You know, I got one guy that I play with. He likes to put on games, and I was like, I don't want to put on games at a convention with people I don't know, because there's a handful of people that I'm not going to play a game with again. Okay, they're not people in my group. They're not people you've seen on video, but they're people that as soon as they have a convention, that motherfucker is there every time, and he has a bad attitude. And I'm getting to the point, I'm getting all crotchety and old like some of you guys. Not that you guys are crotchety and old, but I'm going to be crotchety and old. When there's a lot of people in this life that nobody has stood up for. Stood up to, not stood up for. Stood up to. And they let them get away with murder and like, well, you might hurt their feelings. And I'm like, I came up with I coined a phrase yesterday. At least I put it verbally in writing. I put it verbally in writing. No, I came up with a phrase that goes something, let's see if I can remember correctly. We have this thing that keeps happening at work that's basically disregarding for other people's time. And it's like, hey, can you not do this again? And they keep doing it, and they keep doing it, and they keep doing it, and they keep doing it. And it's not somebody that works for me. It's somebody that supposedly we're on the same team, but they just keep doing the same thing again. And it's like basically waiting to send me a lot of stuff until there's like a shitload of something. And then I have to rush in no time to get it done. I don't have to, but it's in my nature to process it quickly. And it's like, hey, can you not wait until you have, send me a few each day. Don't send me 120 in one day. And last week they actually sent me 185 in one day. So I came up with a coin. And when somebody does something that makes it really difficult to work there, I don't keep shut about it. I'm like, if you're gonna make my life miserable, the least thing I can do is make you feel uncomfortable. Like, I don't mince fucking words. And if they fire me, they fire me. But people, you bring things up like, hey, can you not do this again? Hey, can you not do this again? And they keep doing it. It's like, okay, you're either a dick, incompetent, or somebody needs to stand up to you because, and that's just my MO. Like, somebody does something fucking fucked up, I'm going to tell them about it. I don't give a shit if it's in public. You're going to get shot. Oh, well. I don't have to go to work the next day. Nah, it's not confrontational about stuff like that, but I'm just tired of people getting away with like, oh, they might hurt their feelings or whatever. You know, like that one guy that went to the bathroom at the theme park. You know, he didn't wash his fucking hands. I'm gonna call people out. Hey, aren't you gonna wash your fucking hands? You know, just shit like that. People that have never been stood up to. That's me getting old. It's that in a rocking chair. Just, you know, these people that never had a good father figure. You know, misbehaving and shit like that. It's annoying when it's like you wouldn't do stuff you wouldn't do to other people because it would make you look like you're incompetent and you don't give a fuck about anybody else, and other people get away with it. Like, I'm calling them on it. Fuck it. You know? Your gaming life will be better when I can leave the table set up. I actually like looking at the setup tables. I can't do that now. It has to be set up, play, break down the same day. I have one guy that used to come and paint with me, and he had a place to paint at home, but he had to basically tear everything down every time he painted. I wouldn't paint. That's like, you know, by the time you get back in the groove, you've wasted an hour. So there's one guy, there's two guys that I can think of. One guy in particular, well, he doesn't game anymore. And he doesn't game the stuff that I gave him. But there's one guy that always comes to the show. That Joker's there every time. And he's got this Yankee ass fucking voice to begin with. That's never endearing. Okay? And he has a fucking attitude all the time. And it's like, figure, okay, well maybe he's in a bad mood when he's not winning. Oh no, he's got a bad attitude when he's winning. I'm like, I don't want to play with that guy. I want to play with that guy. That and that other guy there, I don't know what his name is. But he ended up grabbing those guys' figures and picking them up and just dropping them. I'm like, no, you don't get to go anywhere near my shit. Because doing this hobby should be relaxing. It shouldn't be like a sense of like stress or like, man, I don't want to fucking deal with that guy. Because in my own personal life, you know, in work, you've got to do shit you don't want to do, right? And so I don't want to do shit I don't want to do on my own personal life. I'm not getting paid enough for it. You know, I see something I don't like. It's over there. You know, he's not in my shit. You know, it's over there. I'll just leave it alone. I'm gonna go this way. You know, it doesn't pay enough to deal with that kind of crap. Yeah, I have a little tray I have for painting. I move it easily if needed. Most of the time, I have it set up on your desk. Yeah, the one thing that is crucial now, as I've gotten older and more out of shape, I guess, they kind of go hand in hand. Although there's probably somebody out there that's older than they used to be in a lot better shape than they used to be. That's not me. That's not me, and that's probably not most people. But the height that you paint is dramatic. Like if I raise this chair more, you know, like tomorrow or maybe the next day, I'll have like a pinch in my neck. And I'll be, what is it? Well, because you were hunched over in a certain position. Like at this height, I can do this. Well, I've done this for 11 hours and been fine. But, you know, we played the previous week, we played History of the World with the guys, and we had a great time. And it's nothing to do with the, you know, the guys, but it's like, okay, we're playing on a gaming night that the people that are there either are retired or they don't work that day or the next day. And I'm like jumping through a flaming hoop to get there, get onto, you know, stressing out all day long whether I'm not going to be able to leave on time, you know, all that shit. It's like, it's a pain in the ass. It has nothing to do with the people that are there. They're great folks. And they all have a really good gaming attitude. And a lot of that, you got to bring yourself. You can't be like the asshole and expect everybody to be nice. Like, if you're an asshole, they're going to be assholes too, right? You know? But Mitch and I played this the other night. It went really well. We're both just as incompetent with the rules as each other, which is my preference. My preference is like, hey, let's learn how to play a set of rules. Like, okay, I don't want to like do it ahead of time and have an advantage over everybody. It's like, let's learn it together. That's always been my attitude. Like, I want to be challenged. I don't want to be like, I'm going to play this game because I know how to play it really well and Mitch doesn't, and that way I can win all the time. That's not my MO. That is some other people. I don't know that it's anybody in our game group, but that is some other people. Okay. And then by the time we're done with these, we should be able to go back to the beginning and do a little bit of dry brushing with something that's a little bit more, let's call it orange, even though it's not really orange. Something more oxidized. So yeah, there's some people I'm not going to play with. And these people don't smell bad. Okay, so we got another sect of people that would smell bad. I'm not playing a game with people that smell bad. Like, come on, man. They make deodorant in your size. They've never been called out on it. So that's next weekend. We got a game convention. I'm signed up to play. I'm signed to play some Ancients game. No, it's not DBA. I don't even know what it is. I want to say it's To the Strongest. I'm not providing any of this stuff. I've heard some good things. I've tried to watch some videos on it. Am I going back to playing Ancients? No. I had to pick something. I may not show up to play it. I don't know. Hero Quest. I've signed up to play 3 games of Hero Quest. I've played 1 game of it. It was awesome. It was simple, lighthearted. Hopefully the crowd is people that can handle me making cracks about things that happen. If not, maybe we'll put some hair on their chest. And what else? Oh, and the naval game with Don. Action off Lofoten or whatever it's called. Lofoten. It's a battle with the Renown and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau being chased through a gale. Pretty sure that's not going to happen. It's going to be like, oh, you're going to shoot at us, we're going to fight. But the nice thing about this is, like, you can go and while you're shopping, you can go and see, I wonder what diecast cars I have. Doesn't matter if you buy any. That's irrelevant. I'm not I see it, buy it person. It's not me. I enjoy just the hunt. The hunt is fun. Now, some of you guys are here, so let me show you, I'll take a break here and show you what I picked up yesterday. And I keep the receipts, so I could change my mind and return them, but... And I'm going to steal my own thunder, because that's how I roll. So I got if you didn't watch yesterday's video, I picked up a Japanese car, which is a make-believe car. I took a picture of it here. This thing here. It looks like a Pulsar. That's what it is. Nissan Pulsar. It's like a cross between a Nissan Pulsar and a Toyota MR2. And I don't know what the hell they call them in Britain because they change everything up. But this vehicle right here, I think it's a make-believe vehicle. But I'm stripping it. It's being stripped now. I actually would work on that now if it was daylight. I need to take it outside and rinse it. And then we're going to strip it down to bare metal and we're going to polish it. So we're going to give this a bare metal finish. Hey, it's an opportunity to see how to paint bare metal. And this one's going to be Hayabusa. And we're going to paint it like a Hayabusa. I don't know that we're going to do a rising sun in a traditional manner, but we're going to do green camouflage on it with splotchy. Maybe it'll be spider web or something like that. And it may look horrible, and I may go like, the fuck was I thinking? So we repaint it, right? But it's an opportunity to learn something new. It's an opportunity to like maybe be great at something. I don't know. So this is Hayabusa. And a lot of people that build these things for Gaslands will be like, hey, here's my build. I don't have a name for it yet. And I'm like, I'm the opposite. I'm naming things and coming up with ideas before I even do the thing. You know, like I got a red truck around here. It's going to be probably one of the redneck guys. And that's going to be Red Nick. It's going to be some redheaded guy that drives a red truck who happens to be a redneck. You know? Funny, when I'm killing time waiting for my wife at Walmart, I always check out the Diecast toys. Yeah, they're really fucking cool. I mean, look at the inside of this. This is the inside of one of the Mini Coopers. This is the van. Now, the van's completely enclosed other than the front windows. But yet they give you, let's see if I can get this to shine on the right thing. I don't know if that comes out okay, but it's got a lot of detail. It has a steering wheel that's better than most 1/72nd scale things. There's a console with stuff on it. There's like traffic cones, a jack, a spare tire, all kinds of stuff on here for a freaking $1. It's amazing. It's truly amazing. It's truly amazing the amount of detail these things have. You know, here's the standard Mini Cooper. I mean, it's got better detail on the seats than any 1/72nd scale thing I've seen. It's truly amazing. What's up, the Hoffman? Oh, you showed up just in time. So, I want a Japanese themed team. I want a British themed team. And I saw this in the store. And I'm stealing my own thunder on this because it's just so fucking awesome. I can't contain. Maybe we'll keep it from Mitch, right? And I'm like, you know, I want some punk cars. I want some fancy bastard, which I've already come up with a name for him. So I'm looking for a Bentley or something like that. They make them. I have to come across it or order one on eBay. I don't want to do that, you know. I don't want to do that. They actually make a vehicle called the Cockney Cab, which is really Gaslands inspired. Let's see if I can find it for you. Cockney Cab Hot Wheels. I actually prefer Hot Wheels to Matchbox because the Hot Wheels are a little over the top. Some way over the top, but most of them are a little over the top. And I think that works well with, yeah, look at this thing here. This is a perfect Gaslands vehicle. And the front of it definitely looks British. Now, I want to see how this whole giving it a wash and paint over the decals that are available, that are already on there, works. Because something like this has some nice decal work that there's no reason to paint over. Now, there's some that I mean, like the Hayabusa I want to paint over. I don't really necessarily want that, but some may have graphics that, you know, are decent. They just need to look weathered a little bit. But one of the things I came across this at the store, I wasn't even looking for this, and most Hot Wheels are like $1.18. Some are more expensive, so let me show you more of the expensive ones. I saw this in the store, and I'm like, I gotta get this for my British team. A Wet Nelly. I gotta get a Wet Nelly for the team. So then I'm like, all right, let's watch the movie and see what weapons this particular vehicle had. You know, so it's got rockets and it's got some droppers on it. So if the paint scheme works okay on this, as far as just giving it a wash and then dry brushing and weathering, I'm probably going to do the same thing with this. I may put a rocket pod somewhere that's visible. I don't remember where the hell the rockets were on it. Let's see what it was on the back. But I mean, this is a premium one. These are like $6, you know. So another reason not to tear this thing apart. But Yeah, it looks pretty good. It just needs some weathering on it, whatever, you know. So yeah, and then all of my cars are going to have a car name, which is funny because it would never occur to me to name my own real car. That's silly. But the cars in the games, they all have names, and all the drivers are going to have names. So I don't know what the name of this car is going to be yet, but the driver is going to be Roger Dodger. So and this is going to be a performance. It's going to have minimum on the weapons, more on the driving. So at least that's me brainstorming. It looks pretty darn good. This one has real rubber tires on it. Anyhow, and then the German team. This is what I'm talking about. Some cars are just very difficult to find. Both of these cars are very difficult to walk up and find a copy of. For the basic version. So I actually had to get a cooler paint job that costs 3 times as much version. Now, I may hold on to them, and maybe I'll come across the regular version of the car. You can order the basic version of the car on eBay that costs you $1.50. But then you have to pay shipping, so it actually costs more than this. So, got to have a Porsche. Can't have a German team without a traditional Porsche, a 911 style. Even though this is a 934, who knows what the hell the difference is? Probably an updated version of a 911, but anyhow. And of course, everybody's favorite polite driver, somebody in a BMW. Those guys apparently have world reputation of, and this is the old school traditional BMW looking BMW. You see this and it's like, oh, it's a BMW. The other BMWs that they make now that look more like every other car. So these were like $4 a piece. So they had it actually says which ones come in the set here. These are neon colored, yeah. They had all those in the store because they're like $4. But the $1 ones, any car like this, a Lamborghini, something like that, is going to be disappeared in no time. And the interior on these things, I'm sure, is wonderful. So this is for the Bloody Jerry's. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I had a die-cast. I think I found it somewhere. I think it was a die-cast space shuttle from Moonraker. Moonraker had just come out at that time, and it had I want to say it had gold parts inside the compartment, like the inside, like the the hull, that fuselage that opens on the shuttle up like this. I believe it opens like that. It had something gold in there or whatever. Obviously tremendously out of scale. But that's the Bond car I grew up with. I'm a 70s kid. They also make the modern Bond stuff. I'd get one of the old ones, but they didn't have one. The old ones are mostly like machine guns and shit like that. Those have machine guns. That one won't have any machine guns. It'll just have rockets, which really are surface-to-air rockets, but in this case, you're not going to fight any aircraft, so they're going to be rockets you use for somebody else. But there's a limited ammo in 3. You got to drive through that one, And then, but I love brainstorming this shit. I've got a vehicle here. I'm probably just going to repaint the orange stuff. Because for one of my redneck teams, this is going to be one of their vehicles. And this is going to be white trash. So it's a trash truck, and it's going to be white. E-waste removal. Yeah, see, we may keep that stuff on it. We'll have to tear it apart. We got to repaint all this orange shit. So I'm interested in seeing how this turns out. But here is a Mustang that I just repainted the same way with this. This is the basic color that it was. It's a beautiful color. Of course, it doesn't have any weapons on it, but we painted the front. And anyways, having fun with this. But I don't want to just buy them and collect them. I don't want to buy them and not take them out of the package. I don't want to buy them and paint them and make them look like the real vehicle. We want to paint them kind of like the real vehicle and put guns on them and have them blow each other up, so to speak. Not in real life. I've never been one of those kids that is like, hey, we bought this model and we put bottle rockets in it and we blew it up. Never have. You know? Never did that. So that's what I've been savoring my palate with lately. But if we're going to do these car builds, I want to do a what you see is what you get type thing. I don't want to be like, hey, I'm going to paint this up, and it's got these kind of guns. Well, I don't see them on there. Well, you just have to pretend. Well, I could just pretend it's painted in a cool way and just use them unpainted also. You know, it's like, I mean, if we're going to pretend, let's go all the way, right? But the thing that I like the least about Gaslands when we played the other day is spending time to building a car as it's happening. Like, okay, we're getting ready to play. All right, do you have a car? No. All right, let's go through the process of building one. That and making a car sheet with all the information that's on the car on the card on the fly, because I don't like writing things out in a hurry because my handwriting looks like a melted asshole. You know, so I want to have these things already pre-made. They already have cards made, printed, and probably laminated for that matter. We've got a laminator that definitely needs to be used. And I'm not going to worry about them being perfect because it's like, these are so cheap. It's like, man, I didn't build that car right. Okay, so then build one that has a different thing to it, you know? But the sky's the limit. You come up with, all kinds of stuff. I just don't necessarily like the teams and stuff that are made in the game. Like, they're hokey. Like, one of them's like ghosts. One of them is like, cops. Like, what are cops doing there racing? Cops have this one thing, like they have a siren, and if you're within the blast of a siren, you get a hazard or something like that. Okay, that's cool, but are you really worried about cops when everybody's racing illegally, shooting each other up? I'm not worried about a fucking siren, about being pulled over. Cops would be good like NPCs. Like, you got some cops sitting over on the side, like on the racetrack, and when you go by them, they come after you. Like, that's, that's good. They're not in the race. They're just, in hiding like they do in this little punk town. There is an infestation of police in ambush positions to get people speeding in this town that is out of control. It's out of control. And it's not like, okay, well, all right, it's a small town and they need revenue. Okay, I get that. But sometimes it's the cops in town. Sometimes it's the, and I don't care that much. I don't really speed. I go up to the speed limit as quick as I can. That's my special power. Like, it's 45. I get up to 45 as soon as I can. right? You can't control how fast you go, but you can get there, you know, and not miss any red lights that way. But they make people freak out, man. You'll see a cop and it's a 45-mile-an-hour zone. People go, oh, fuck. They're going 32. Like, dude, if you go 45, they're not going to stop you, you know? But you got the local cops, you got the sheriffs that are also ambushing in there, and then you have highway patrol. Like, highway patrol needs to be out on I-75, not on 441. Like, get the hell out of here. Go over there. Just doing quick revenue. I have a few Hot Wheels Star Wars cars that need a little conversion. This guy's, a lot of them have pretty decent paint jobs. I have one set, I saw one set at the store that was like a bunch of like dinosaurs. And a couple of them look like they could be really interesting. You know. But there's a set for one of the teams that I want to do that they sell that already has graphics on them. That I'd like to see if I'd like to still be able to use those graphics. Because unlike this, they're graphics that are too complicated for me to paint. I could paint them, but you know, I'd be spending 30 hours on one vehicle. The game isn't complicated enough, and the cars don't last out there long enough to spend 30 hours on a vehicle. So I'd like to see if I could use those decals. So I have a feeling I'll be able to. But I mean, the game's pretty decent. You have meaningful decisions to make every turn, just like DBA. Every turn, you've got meaningful decisions you need to make. That's a plus. I always wanted to play Dark Future, never got a chance to. They discontinued the game before I got a chance to play it. You know, so. They make all kinds of decals, but I don't think I'll be buying any water transfer decals for these things. It's going to be like, you know, we can hand paint them. Like, let's say I got some rednecks. I need to paint some rebel flags on the cars. I can fudge them and make them look, what do you call it? Impressionistic. Right? We can just use dots for the stars that are on the thing. Oh no, I'm going to get canceled for putting rebel flags on things. Yeah, well, we're going to make fun of those toothless bastards. You know? Do need to do the Mexican lowriders one. I got 3 or 4 vehicles for that. They even make a taco truck. Except it's not a lowrider, so it doesn't really fit with that whole theme. Although I told Mix, I need to find somebody to 3D print me a 1/64th scale Virgin Mary to put on the front of the dash. Shit, you could probably do a race with all the Bond cars. I think they make all of them. I looked at the store, like, they make that one. I know they make the early one. And whatever I don't know what the new ones are. I'm pretty sure they make Brosnan's car and the blonde hair guy's car, whatever his name is. You could have a, you know, the spy who raced me. You It's an all Bond car race. All performance vehicles, and you just have different weapon systems. I don't know what the new ones have, but the old one has like the machine guns and the ejection seat. Well, the ejection seat doesn't really come into play, but I think I used to have it generally. Everyone had to where I'm from. Yep. Yep. Have you watched one of those episodes in a long time? I don't know why you'd want to, but it wasn't a racist show, was it? I mean, so they had a rebel flag on it. Whatever, man. Every redneck has a fucking rebel flag on it. They're proud of the fact that their ancestors didn't wear shoes. I got it, right? I never thought that was offensive, but I'm not exactly one of the targeted groups that, they wanted to keep at home locked under lock and chain, so, You've never seen a Bond movie, but you've never seen a Bond movie? Oh my God. How could you have never seen a Bond movie? None of them? Oh my God. All those feathers and he still can't fly. How could you not have seen a Bond movie? Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I have a movie recommendation for you. There's about 26 chapters to them. Definitely watch them in order. Definitely watch them in order. And expect them to be really boring. Okay? Some of them really are. And some of them are not. I remember I watched them in order. We made it all the way to... we watched the first Dalton one and then we ran out of steam. I've seen all the other ones. And watch them in order. Should be easy to do. And there's things that I like about almost every movie, and there's things that I don't like about almost every movie. Some more than others. How could you never seen a Bond movie? Oh my God. I haven't seen that show in a long time. I would, though, although it was funny. Kind of like Hogan's Heroes. Yeah, Hogan's Heroes, the problem with Hogan's Heroes is the laugh track. It's annoying. It's funny that show that some of you guys recommended to me that Allo Allo is actually really funny. Okay, I'm disappointed that my daughter didn't get into it because it's hard for me to watch a show without somebody else because shows are things that like I'm into all other kind of stuff. Like if I never watch television again, I'm okay. But there's some other people that are TV people, and I figured my daughter, but she didn't like it. I wish it wasn't so grainy looking, but it is what it is. I think that the writing and the situations are pretty damn funny. I really like that kind of stuff. It's significantly funnier than Hogan's Heroes. But it's almost like Hogan's Heroes is filmed in a better quality. Like it's less grainy looking. But anyways, I don't mind shows that are old. I don't like things that are too grainy. It just becomes like too difficult to like see what's going on. Like I need to change my glasses kind of thing, Yeah, the old. I didn't watch that show a lot. I didn't watch that show a lot. It was a lot of the same thing. I didn't really care for any of the characters. I don't know why. I really don't know why everybody thought that whatever her name was so attractive. I don't think so. It was ugly, but it didn't do anything for me. Daisy Duke. Maybe I'm just not into redneck girls. I'm not. Um, let me go grab another set. Yeah, see, a redneck team needs to have a war rig called the Stonewall Jackson or something like that. I mean, that's basically Stonewall Jackson is basically the hero of the South, isn't he? He's the he's the South's Rommel. Stonewall Jackson, big old war rig. I don't. It'd be a while before I build one of those war rigs or a tank, a redneck tank called the Stonewall Jackson. Now I have a lot of fun, like brainstorming ideas for this, but I feel like everything I gotta build has to have like a double meaning to it. I can't just like build something and it's like, what's this car? I don't know. It's yellow. Like, dude, that's all the fun right there. All the advertising is the whole fun part. So I don't want to take all these cars and put a shitload of armor on them where you can't even tell what the core car is. Because then by the end of the day, you end up every car basically looks like it's made out of like it's like a driving. What do you call those things? A shanty town. It's like a shanty. It's like a driving shanty town. Like, you know, and everything. One is probably that fine that way, but they need to look like you could tell what car they're built on. For me, anyways. What's up, Ben? Hello, hello. Filmed in 0425 line format before 625 became standard in the UK. It'd be great if they reformatted it. I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny, and it's really fast paced. And I watch it with subtitles. I don't want to miss anything. I think it's really funny. But you got to know some World War. You can't just show it to somebody like that's not a World War II junkie. They wouldn't appreciate it. It's a lot funnier than Kelly's Heroes. I've been looking for it. It hasn't come up free to watch. If it came on, I'd watch it with my daughter. I wouldn't even. I haven't told her anything about it. Let's watch this. Tell me what you think. She probably won't like the peace and love part on it, but. Well, I was dying to paint a Japanese plane to do that camouflage on it, so we'll try doing the camouflage on a car that's in a natural finish and see how it turns out. It might be. It's gonna either look great or terrible. So. I like British stuff. It'd be really interesting to see if you took a poll and if you took, well, I don't know about this. I don't know about these new people. These new people in every country, they're just not what, it's not what we remember. But if you took a poll of people in Britain, what they thought the most British thing was, and if you took people in America, what the most British thing was, and I bet it's not the same thing. I bet it's not. I bet there's a total disassociation with it. What we probably think is the most British thing, you guys would be like, oh, it's just poppycock. Which, by the way, is then that's going to be the name of the uppity guy that drives one of the cars. I just got to find a car for him, Lord Poppycock. Bentley or something like that. Getting bent in a Bentley. Well, working on this keeps me from getting Borderlands 4 and then spending time playing that and not doing something creative. That can wait. That game's a bit. Those type of games are a bit grindy. They're a bit grindy to the point where I wouldn't play another character. Like I've played the games all the way through with one character. I haven't played them a second time with a different character. It's just too grindy. I hate boss fights. And bullet sponges and shit like that. No, but I mean like a situation or whatever, like stuff from movies and things. Because the movies I grew up with aren't the movies that are around now. I mean, the stuff the movies that I grew up that pertain to having British things are not the movies of nowadays. It's not what's that one movie that I started watching that was recommended to me. I didn't finish watching it. The Lock, Stock, and Two Broken Barrels or whatever. It's not that shit. I mean, it's like remember that guy in Mary Poppins is sitting there. He was the guy that was the admiral or whatever, and he had the freaking cannon on top of his house or something like that. You could do that. You could do a vehicle that's shaped like a ship. I saw one the other day as a cannon, and some guy who still thinks he's on the high seas or whatever, Commodore, whatever his name is, shit like that. You remember from your kid, the child catcher. Remember the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car. Shit like that. It's kind of like woven into the fabric of the stuff that we watched growing up. And people in Britain be like, well, that's got nothing to do with our country. I said, well, what? That's how Britain was portrayed. And through those ways here in the United States, right or wrong, you know. You know, the kids now would probably say something like, you know, Harry Potter stuff, which I don't know anything about Harry Potter and won't, you know, but whoa. This is one of these things that you just got to paint it once and then it's done. It's kind of a pain in the butt to do this, but once I'm done with this, I don't have to buy any more barriers. Well, I bought these a long time ago. I'm glad I did because it gives you something. It gives you some kind of obstruction there. The child catcher. Lots of people were scared of that guy. Not me. He's human. You could, you could cut that guy down to size with, a machete or something, It's demonic shit that I'd be scared of. Yeah, I think probably getting caught up on, well, not getting caught up, but finishing watching the latest stuff by 3D Bot Maker probably put me back into looking. It's just, that's so damn entertaining. And the demolition races are hilarious. But I don't know that I'd want to do something like that I have to do commentary after it's done. I think the beauty of it is how, as it's happening. Because you just never know if something is going to if it's being formulated to be a certain way. Like, man, we need something really exciting to happen. All right, well, let's run this part. And I'm not saying he does this, but you could just you could just do something and film it until the result you want to happens, and then just make it feel like that's what's next. Where, well, I can't do stuff like that. Nor that I would want to, but just like when I was taking these cars apart last night, like it didn't go well. It started off not going well, and we turned it around. But, I think making a video where everything goes right and it just makes it seem like you're some kind of like superhuman that can do everything right is not fair. It's not fair to people, and it's really discouraging. It's really discouraging to see, like, watch a video of somebody doing something and everything goes right, and then when you touch it, everything goes wrong for you. And I'm like, man, am I that stupid, or am I, And it's like, no, they had problems too. They just weren't man enough to show them. Well, it's too much work for me to edit, videos. I mean, I like doing the videos just for companionship. Not that's like, okay, well, I'm going to be some video guy and that's what I'm going to live on. That's not my reason for doing it. I just want the companionship, and hell, maybe there's some value to somebody else while they're doing it. I actually had a dream last night, or actually this morning. It was about videos. It was filming a live video or whatever. I don't know. Nothing exciting. It was just hobby stuff, but there's a guy who I'm subscribed to. I don't even remember what the name of the channel is, but I'm subscribed to his channel early on when I was doing videos to get pointers on, how to set up things, which editor to use, that kind of thing. And I don't really watch his stuff, but I did watch it at the beginning. This one comment that he happened to make about game viewership, and he said, basically, in a nutshell, just do what you do, just be consistent, don't start trying to chase trends. And if people want to see your stuff, they'll come see your channel because you're consistent or whatever. Well, I jump around a little bit, but I jump around a lot less than most people do, I think. And, I wish the stuff that I did was maybe sometimes of a higher quality. But that's basically if I'm spending time on the videos, then I can't do the painting. And we got to get the painting done to get it up where it needs to be. I can tell you this. If you guys ever see any of the Gaslands stuff that we do, once we do it, if we do it, I'm going to throw that out there, It's looking promising. The cars and the terrain will look great. I don't want to film games that are like, we use felt, and this isn't unpainted, and I don't want to do that. There's too much of that already out there. I'm concerned about actually playing. I don't know who these games that I signed up for the convention is of Hero Quest, and it's not looking great. Now I've played Hero Quest one time by this one guy that I know, and he did all custom terrain for it and it looked great, and it definitely enhanced the experience. So I don't know if that's the case. I don't know who this person is. I don't know if I'm going to be playing a game with somebody who identifies as a unicorn, and I've got to cater to them. I got to polish their horns somewhere in between the game or something like that. But I hope not. I hope we can have a good time, playing it. But I don't know. That's the problem with playing things at a convention. It's like if it's something you've never heard of, you don't know who this person is. Like, I'll just have to excuse myself and not come back. I'm not sitting through 4 hours of unexcitement. But I really go to those things just to hang out with people. People that I already know. We're all kind of gone each other way. Some of the people play DBA. Some of the people play only DBA. Some of the people play anything but DBA, and that's not even me. That's a couple of the other guys. We'll do our own thing, catch up, and and grab lunch or dinner together. That kind of thing. Polish his horn, exactly. Oh, I didn't even catch that. Yeah, polish his horn. Yeah. Or, polish her horn. Polish it they horn. You can believe, you can role play whatever you want. Just don't ask me to be part of your cult. I'm comfortable with what I believe in. Just picked up a winter late war Luftwaffe option from Warlord 28mm. Finally gave in. Luftwaffe. Like Luftwaffe ground troops? They're not very good. It doesn't matter, but... Now, all Luftwaffe ground troops, they don't have the paratrooper helmets, right? That's only the paratroopers. I think if Luftwaffe Field Division, I'm pretty sure they just use regular German helmets. I mean, different clothing, different color clothing. I think the cut is the same, but... I was going to say, I've been really enjoying playing the German planes in War Thunder, but I've been enjoying playing everybody's planes in War Thunder. I only play Germans, I only play whatever. I mean, even the Italians, I play everybody's stuff. I play everybody's stuff. Can't get into the tanks though. Oddly enough. I think the tanks, the problem with the tanks is I haven't seen that very many different boards. And a lot of people like have played the board a zillion times, which there's a reason not to play it. The same crap over and over again. And they've got the little hidey spots they go to, and they play the same way every time. And I'm like, I don't want to play. I don't want to play that way. That's not the way I want to play. That's like boring. That's like I'm not getting paid for that. Monotonous stuff. World War II pretty much did a few British airborne like 8 years ago and a few Brits, but that was mostly just bumbling around. You bumbling with British. Harumph. I harumph in your general direction. Do people in war games in Britain prefer to play the British? I suspect that isn't the case. I suspect it's the same thing as here in the U.S. People want to play the underdog. I bet the Germans are popular everywhere except in Germany. That's just a guess. I like playing everybody. We're almost done. We're down to like 4 of these. And then we'll come back and do the weathering on top of them. And then when the sun comes out, no, it's out. We need to assemble the gates. The gates are damaged. A couple of the gates are damaged to repaint them. I hope to get the gates done this weekend. That'd be pretty cool. Be able to play. I'm gonna try to go over there on Tuesday. I need to play at least every other week so that we don't forget how to. It was a really difficult uphill climb. I'm like reading the rules again. We're reading them together. I'm sitting here thinking it's like not like this isn't going well. Like I'm not grabbing the concept. I mean, we played the game 6 times, but it was 7 years ago. And it was with somebody that was basically, Scott was basically running the game. He was the one that was the rules lawyer on it. Like, I didn't care as long as it was fun. I seem to be the most careful driver of anybody. Other people do like rash decisions. I'm like, it's a race first and foremost. I don't want to crash when I don't want to. I don't want to choose something that's the wrong choice. Although I did get into a crash, that's because I backed into something. I did a backup and misjudged which one, and I did a bump. Not really a crash, but I haven't been playing War Thunder, been kind of burnt out on the grind, been playing cards though. I got a draft going right now. Yeah, I did one deck the other day that I thought was really cool, and I never won a game with it, but I still enjoyed playing it. It had a lot of intel. It was British Polish intel. What I'm not doing in War Thunder is like, hey, you need to do this and that, and you need to do it in the next hour. I'm like, fuck you. I don't work for you. I'll do things when I want, that it works. Because I want to unlock all the little planes. Like I did the British the correct way. I did all the tier 1 British stuff before I started working on the second one. So now we got all the second stuff and we're knocking it all out. Some of the other ones, Like the Americans, I've got some tier 2 planes and don't have all the tier 1s unlocked. A handful, like 2. So I think I want to dial that down and go back and, do them. Because it's kind of fun to play the bombers that are just kind of lumbering and shit like that. I like playing everything. Except that Italian plane that I got that has a 100 millimeter gun in the nose. It's like a bomber, like a P-108 or something like that. I took that thing out, and it moves like a B-52, except, worse than a B-52, and has no guns that I can control as when I'm flying it, other than the nose gun. And it's a 100 millimeter gun with, I don't know, 40 rounds or something like that. So I like dive down this is gonna be nasty against a tank. And by the time I put enough, I crash in the ground. I'm like, okay, well, that didn't work too well. I tend to not crash in the ground, so I was like a little bit like, okay, well, we'll be flying something else. But it's a bit challenging to fly some of those Italian planes like the G50 or whatever, which is it's like a non-maneuverable P-47 with only 250 calibers. It's like, kind of challenging. Your friends in Virginia recently bought some 28s, trying to resist the urge to invest in 20 millimeter. I never will. I'll never buy any 28s. I'll play games with other people's 28s. I'm not buying any 28s. Oh, and friends showed me a discount clothing and do-it-yourself store that had very interesting hobby section. Okay, it'd be interesting looking at it. Yeah, so every time I'm going to go shopping, I'm going to go check out the diecast cars. Doesn't mean I have to buy one. Just like I like looking. The other day I was like 30 minutes in Walmart, didn't buy anything. I went in there, looked through every single one of them, organized them neatly, and had a fucking blast, And it wasn't like, oh, you don't want to spend $1. It's like I didn't need to spend it. There wasn't anything out there calling to me. I got stuff to work on that I like. I don't need to just keep buying shit. But we do have some weapons on the way from a 3D printer I've never done business with before. We'll see how it goes. That's pretty affordable. So hopefully, he's got really good machine. And I need a lot of machine guns. Like a machine gun is like inexpensive. You kind of expect every vehicle to have them. Yeah. And the weights are coming today. You can put those on there. But it's funny how your interests go. You'll get on like a tear on something, and you'll be like, "Man, I want to go to Walmart or Target or something." I haven't been to Target, and check out what they have in the diecast. And then you'll be like, "Okay, well, I'm not into that anymore. Now I want to go to a hobby store." So, but it's not causing me to spend, like money hand over fist or anything like that, which is good. It's just brainstorming ideas. Good thing about this is you can grab all kinds of junk. Like, let me look at that before you throw it away. This might make a good X. Also picked up one of those fire and sword sets. Those figures are beautiful. 20 base Cossack army, perfect for something like DBR. It was only 15 pounds. Yeah, those figures are really nice. The guys that designed that game used to come to Orlando at the convention, and like for 4 years in a row, they put on a game with all their figures. And then I believe the two guys got into a tiff, and they neither one of them comes anymore. There's two guys that put on games. I don't know. I just saw them. I just saw them playing games. I would have gotten into it if it wasn't just Russia and Cossacks and Turks and not that I would mind doing any of those, but you got to have French and English and my people, you know. Yeah, there was two guys over there all the time. Well, actually, I think it was a girl and a guy that was from Eastern Europe somewhere, whether he was Ukrainian or all of a sudden everybody's Ukrainian, right? Ukrainian or Russian or one of those, and some Turkish guy, and they would put on games all the time. This was like 2014, something like that. The store I went to is run by a guy selling the 2 millimeter and 6 millimeter regular miniatures now. I had to look around their production facility kitchen. Yikes. Don't want any of those meat pies with lead in it, you know what I mean? Well, that's kind of dangerous. Like, because those meat pies, you guys like do like, you guys put like some meat that's very irony in it, don't you? Like, you could be eating fucking lead things and not know it. Don't eat a meat pie. It's called nappy pie because it might have Napoleonic miniatures that are melted in there. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. But anyway, circling back to getting my mojo back, I did get some of my mojo to paint in the mornings, in the evenings. But then this last week has also been less crazy than other weeks. It definitely has to do with that. It's like, work's just been so crazy that it's like, man, I'm taking the path of least resistance when I get home. And 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 signing myself up to do a ton of stuff that I need to get done is a bit too much of an ask for my workload. Still haven't got your nap tanks or infantry this week. I hope I don't run out of interest waiting on this damn. What's the problem? Is it coming from Britain and it's just a holdup in customs or something? That's unfortunate. I I've only had of all of the things I've ordered from Britain. I've only had two places I've dealt with that have been, let's just say, disappointing. and they were Tiny War Games UK with those damn mats, and minifigs. Minifigs with the owners. There was a miscommunication, incompetence, something like that. Anyhow, they both got resolved okay, but really frustrating. And that was before all this shipping snafu that's going on now, apparently. Must complete your Maximilian adventure. Maximilian, 6 mil. That's normally like a 15 or a 28 mil thing. Those Maximilian figures that War Games Foundry makes are awesome. They are awesome looking figures. I'm not interested in doing that. But that would be speaking of Maximilian, there was a one of the first games I ever played on the iPad, back when we used an iPad regularly. The original iPad was this game that was like steampunkish. And it was like, I don't know if the theme was "The South Will Rise Again" or something like that, but it was post U.S. Civil War, so Maximilian time period. That's what reminded me of it. And it was all like ships and stuff. So it was like steampunk ships. And it was kind of like a little action clicky thing type game, above head view of the ships, and you could steer which way they went. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was relatively fun. But all those games I ever had on the iPad, my favorite one was Battle Academy. I think Battle Academy looked really good. The infantry was a bit lame looking, but the tanks looked great. It was like playing with these little micro armor things. I liked Battle Academy and I played it a lot. I had that back when my computer crapped out. So, 2013, something like that. Six millimeter Maximilian Adventure, you could use American Civil War troops for that. Nobody would know the difference. Some people would say use any troops and nobody would know the difference. But that's, I think, taking it too far. No, this is the last one of these, and then we got to go into uncharted territory. Well, actually, we're going to glue the gates before we go into painting the rust on this stuff. We need to repair the gates. They're also made by the same company that made these. Microworld Gaming was supposed to be doing a 6mm Three Kingdoms line. I'd spend a lot of money if they did that. The new owner has almost everything. up in production, except World War I, World War II right now. He even had a little extras box in the shop you could grab odds and saws from. Man, what's it like to go to a place that makes stuff? Like, those days are gone. I mean, we used to go on 2-hour road trips to go to a hobby store and stuff like that. And that was exciting. But that's back when, you had to mail order things and you had to send them a check or something. I think electronic payment. Electronic payment is the big time thing. Oh, this whole mail a check to somebody, nah. I don't think I've ever ordered something and mail a check. None of that stuff. Okay, I think we are done with that. Let's go grab the gates. Let's make some space and grab the gates, because they definitely need repair work. I have to fix that by the next game anyways, regardless of whether or not they're painted. So let's make some room here. Yeah, see, they're flimsy. They're flimsy fucks. Oh, you flimsy fuckers. That should be solved today. I got some stick-on metal things coming. Just stick something here to hold it down a little bit. It's not like they don't need to be knock-proof, but you can't just like move them over and like, look. They're all limp dick acting. All right. Let's grab the gates. Yeah, this is the name of the manufacturer here. Friends of Gaslands Death Racing Apocalyptic Car Accessories. It says set of 5 gates, but I swear I only have 4. Doesn't matter, it's plenty. Hell, you can make more. You only need to start one, to be honest with you. Okay, this one is completely put together. What did we assemble this with? Maybe that odd cement. Okay. I believe all of these, yeah, some of these are coming undone. Let's pull all this stuff here. We'll have to go through them, and we don't want these things to fall apart. So the intention is that they're collapsible so that you can basically store them. So, you've got 2 vertical sections like this, and you take the horizontal, and it just supposed to fit on the end, and you don't have this huge thing that takes up this large amount. And then on top of them, they have this little clear red. I don't know why it's clear, because it's not like it's illuminated or anything. And it just fits on top like that. That's what it is. Now, I don't love the way this gate thing is, so I'm probably going to either repaint these and make them look more like they go with this, because this looks like, some kind of like neon Vegas thing, and this is all like Rastafarian and stuff. Well, it's not yet. This is just a straight MDF. But whatever glue I used, we need to repair this stuff. And the first thing I think I'm going to do is I'm going to probably use the slow setting super glue, the thick stuff. But these actually were fine. It was these horizontal sections. Okay, if I have 5 sets of gates, then I would have 10 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I do. How is this 5 sets of gate? The math isn't adding up. There's 2. I'm just stupid. That's always a possibility that I'm stupid. Well, I wasn't stupid, so maybe some of the people at work contaged me. Okay, see, this one's missing this on the end. We need to repair this. And then this broke apart. This piece actually, one of these actually snapped. Yeah, it's not a big deal. And then the top of the gate little markers. Good Lord, this fire sword set came with steel bases. Wonder why it was so heavy. I already used 6mm Confederate troops for ACW for intervention forces. Gotta run errands. Okay, be on the lookout for some Hot Wheels. If they allow those in New York. Never know. Okay. Let's get the super glue out. That's the slow one. Yeah, so the gates already look, just with the state that they're in, and they're not in their final state, look a lot better than they did last time we played. So that's already moving in the right direction. Okay, this is going to go something like... I'm going to try to put the same one back on if I can. It looks like this one is this one. Okay, this one's got kind of like a big tear here. So this one's this one. Okay, so it's this top that's broken. Okay. All right, let's go about this methodically in a way. Just to see if you're packing heat skirmish rules today. Packing heat. That sounds like a gangster or something. Packing heat. It's going to be like in Florida. They just passed open carry, which sounds crazy, but all the other states have it. It's not like without restriction. I mean, I'm not going to, but see how long it takes for me to see somebody packing heat. remember Mitch and I were in Orlando one time, and we decided to stop by this place. It was like that advertises for you could shoot machine guns. Really didn't want to do that, not for those kind of prices, but I wanted to see what it was all about. And there was a couple there from Britain that were having like the looks on their faces were like they had just won the lottery. Packing heat. What is that? Packing heat rules. You're a rules collector. Oh, you sent me a photo. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here, Ben. Oh, they got a lot. They got a lot of paint there. Vallejo. What's next to it? The Vallejo era, which I have no experience with. When you guys buy aerosol spray can stuff in Britain, does a manager have to sign off on that? Because that's like the new thing here in America. Like you can't buy any. I bought that stripper that I will use yesterday for the paint. They had to call a manager to sign off on it. That wasn't an issue growing up. Nobody was huffing paint. Or if they did, they fucking died from it. Like, that's freaking poison, man. Like, what would you do that? Okay, that's holding pretty well. You got to sign off on, oh, you're buying cough syrup. A manager has to sign off on it. Why? Because they can make meth out of it. Like, what? Need to bring responsible dads back. That shit didn't happen when you had a responsible dads. Mind you, that shop is basically a dollar store. Well, all that cool painting and miniatures and all that stuff started in Britain. So you guys have first dibs on that, It's like we can go to any store and buy guns. You can go to any store and buy miniature stuff. I'd rather be able to the store and buy miniature stuff. I don't need that many guns. Miniatures are a lot more fun to play with, for starters. No sawn-off experience. Maybe I don't look as shifty as you. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with that. I look like... There's many things I am, and looking shifty isn't one of them. Not compared to these people nowadays. The land of strange cats now. Let's see if this thing holds together. I told somebody the other day, I'm many things, but I'm not one of those people. People look at it and go, man, I better keep my kids away from you. That's not me. Maybe you can't act like an adult, but, hey, I like to play with toys. Harmless. All right, I'm gonna hold this in place. Yeah, I could use the beloved PVA, but I'd be here all week. I'm not a huge fan of PVA. PVA is like good for like gluing styrofoam together, and that's because nothing else works well with it. This dude's a huffer. It didn't exist. In the 1980s, it didn't exist. I've worked with model glue my entire life. Never occurred to me to ingest that. First of all, it smells horrible. It's not like, man, I really like the strawberry smell, but if I smell too much of it, it's going to kill me. No, it's like a fucking poison. So why would you want to smell poison? It'd be like roach spray. Like, who the hell wants to smell roach spray? When I let my beard grow, I start looking homeless. Well, you know what I say? I can grow a beard, so I don't. And even if I go bald, I'm not going to be one of those people that's going to have more hair on my chin than on the top of my head. You get those guys that are like, They got like a huge bald spot, you know, not a little one that's growing like me, but a big one. But they have a ponytail. It's like, all right, I get it. You could have had long hair, but you're going bald. Got it. And Mom used to make fun of me. You're getting your hair cut too often. I said, you want me to be a long-haired hippie? No. All right, well then we're done here. Don't make fun of somebody because they're well-groomed. Man, there's a lot of homeless people. I mean, like, a lot. And I've got my theories why that is, but and I bet everywhere in the United States has a lot of homeless people. A lot. Like there weren't homeless people in the 1980s. I mean, there was like three, and they wanted to stay away from people because they were embarrassed that they're homeless. Now it's like they're out there getting. Oh, I gotta go. What are you doing today? I'm going out there and getting my homeless man merit badge. It's like that just didn't happen. I thought I told you before about the monkeys in India stealing bags of glue, going up into the jungle canopy and sniffing until they fell out of the trees on the people. Wow. Well, they should ban monkeys. Canada has suspended sales of some hobby products due to ingredients. Well, some ingredients are harmful, but there's nothing in Vallejo. I mean, you could probably drink this and be okay. Not that you'd want to, but I stopped using spray cans because they just smelled horrible. Forget the bad stuff that's in them. I stopped using them. That and the quality on them got the shit too, and they got too damn expensive. There's one thing I hate about this glue. It's really expensive. This repositionable gel, it's really expensive. And I swear there's hardly any of it in here. Like, I'm already out again. We're just going to switch to the regular super glue then. I don't really use super glue much, but, I'd like to be done. I'd like to be done sometime this week. That one guy that I did that video, if you saw me do that walkthrough in Calgary, which I just happened to go to that super cool hobby store. The owner of the store apparently wrote me on my video maybe a month ago and said, "Hey, thanks for the video. I no longer, we no longer carry all the historical stuff that you did a filming on." I wanted to write him back saying, "I don't give a fuck. I'm never going to Calgary again." And not because I didn't have a bad experience in Calgary. It's just fucking Calgary. I mean, it's like, it's a bit far from here. you know. But hey, you can't carry things that don't sell. Nobody wants to buy 20 millimeter shit. He had a lot of Rapham stuff. Well, Rapham's gone out of business since then. Or the owner died or something like that. I get it. You gotta have things that sell, but also realize that I don't have to buy things that are 28 millimeter. Like, my resistance to buying 28 millimeter is really strong. That's why I've always my buying place has always been Britain. I need some hair ties or something like that. God, I don't want to go looking for them. How about I just hold this for a while? I don't want to go searching for shit. So we're going to give these things all a complete black dusting, and then do the same treatment with a brown. Although I think I'm going to airbrush the brown because I'd like to be done sometime. And these gates really could be enhanced with stuff. You could put junk and stuff on them, extra. We can't do that. We can't do that before we start using them. Well, we've already started using them. Every game we played at Gaslands features these gates. Yeah, I don't like how long it takes this stuff to dry. Oh, I don't know how much is in there, but. And the one I really don't like is this one. I really don't like the extra liquid control. It should really be called extra liquid out of control. You put it down and it goes every which way. And I'm a pretty careful person, so if I'm making a mess, you guys are making a disaster. Maybe not you guys specifically, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not used to getting shit all over me when I'm building things. Hey, this is a little loose. I'm gonna fix this guy. The price of 20 millimeter keeps me away. You know what? One thing there's two things. That's how long it's going to take to paint 20 millimeters. What always kept me away, and now what keeps me away, is how much space it takes up. Because that sounds crazy, but it's not that I don't have a lot of space. But man, you start collecting a lot of this stuff, and it takes up a lot of space. All right, we're gonna have to. Oh yeah, we're already making a mess. Well, we got live paint over here. I don't like operating here without a trash can, but I don't have one. Yeah, I look at this and I'm like, this reminds me of Borderlands all day long. Shit I've seen that looks like that. Although I'm definitely going to have, I'm going to have one of my drivers or one of the cars is going to be called Spit Stain. That's one of those mutton heads you end up fighting in Borderlands. Spit Stain. Spit Stain and Skid Mark. You could tell they shower frequently. I feel like I'm on the clumsier side of the spectrum. I'm not, but I do get clumsier every day. I didn't start off being clumsy, but and I don't take it well. I'm pretty intolerant with me doing stupid shit. Like, go off on myself. You stupid bat, just it's frustrating to be, But it has to do mostly with I'm always wearing some form of glasses now. It's funny because the readers that I use like the minimum strength readers, and it's still enough to be distracting. So I'm not clumsy when I drive, because I don't use any glasses when I'm driving, so that's good. But I'll go into a room and I'll step on something I don't mean to. Just shit like that. Just dumb shit. .28 millimeter size. Yeah, the game's just too condensed. So, interesting thing about the Wet Nelly, because I got that the 007 car, right? And some of you may know this, but I found this out for the first time, and I thought it was pretty interesting. Apparently, the real car that was used in the movie was obviously not sealed on the inside. You still had to wear a scuba suit to be inside of it, but it was an actual working vehicle that had electric motors. And they made several of them or whatever. It was like one of the first iterations of that model Lotus. And the original movie one, I got to read it. It's an interesting article. It's an interesting article. See if I can find it reasonably easy. Here it is. Wet Nelly. Post-film life. Okay. Upon completion of filming, the submarine went on promotional tour. Afterwards, it was shipped to Long Island, New York, and placed in storage. The storage unit was prepaid for 10 years. At the end of the lease, no one claimed the contents, so the contents of the storage locker were placed on auction. The buyer paid less than $100 for the unit. The buyers did not know the contents when they bought it, and from 1989 to 2013, occasionally exhibited the submarine. The then owner, also owner of a tool rental shop, had the exterior restored. It was put up for auction as a bond car in 2013. In September 2013, the submarine sold at auction for £550,000 at RM Auctions in Battersea, Southwest London. Elon Musk bought the vehicle, and as of 2013, planned to convert it into the functional car submarine from the film. Musk stated that he plans to use Tesla Motors' electric drive train in making this conversion a reality. Isn't that crazy? So Wet Nelly. So Elon has Wet Nelly. I don't really know anything about Elon other than he's a weird dude. You know, weird people that think they go, "Oh, I'm special because I got a lot of money." Well, whatever. Somebody else can worship you. It won't be me. I'm not impressed by people that have a lot of money. Like, okay, that's nice. You're on the opposite end of the homeless people. I'm not impressed by people that haven't had a job in 20 years. I'll stick with the people that are in the middle. I don't like people that think that they can just buy anything. Some things just shouldn't be up for sale. I'm not saying that's one of those things. I'm just saying that it's just in general. You just can't buy everything. But the problem with that is some people think they can sell everything, and like that ain't right either. We got this one local group, Facebook group, which I don't post on local. I don't pick fights or anything like that. But I pay attention and realize there's some crazy people out there. And one of the local crazy people in this hippie town that I used to live in, they're so against. And there's like this mall, and they showed pictures of what this mall, the prairie looked like before they built the mall. And like, oh, I can't believe they built this mall. And oh, they're ruining, and developers are ruining everything. And I wanted to say to this person, it's like, okay, well, do you live in a hole in the fucking ground? No. I said, well, then you ruin whatever land your freaking house is on. It'd be like praying to go back to, Britain, to go back before Roman times or some shit like that. There's probably some people in Britain that would like to do that, but, when you're not wearing deodorant, and you're wearing woad and going, you can thank yourself later, but there's got to be some kind of compromise. You can't just cut down every tree, and you can't not cut down any trees. Because I've said this before, if you don't mow, if the rapture happened, but and and you snap your fingers, and 30 years from now, you'd look at this neighborhood where nobody had cut the lawn. There'd be no road there. I mean, the grass would have grown. I mean, Mother Nature will take everything over and just, it would just be one green hell. So you gotta be, you gotta have some compromise. You can't just cut everything down. You can't like not cut anything down either. Like, if you hate civilizations that bad, well, I hope you didn't have any kids. Because if you did, then you're part of the problem. I only have one, go cry somewhere else. I don't hate trees. I don't want my house in amongst the trees though. We got trees in the back. I don't want to cut them down. They look great. They got the birds come over there, and I mean it's. I don't hate nature, but I'm also not nature's bitch. There are two Godzilla suits that were shipped over here in the 1950s for a movie, and they went missing. So someone has those in their private collection somewhere. Would that be you? Godzilla suit. I don't know how many Godzilla movies I've seen that are old. I may not have seen a complete one from beginning to end, but I've seen all the Bond movies. Except one. Save one. I need to just go and watch it. Although I hear it's terrible. Doesn't matter. I watched the new one. Everybody said the new one was terrible. Wasn't that bad, other than that one actor I can't stand. The guy, that bug-eyed Egyptian dude. Rami or Sami or whatever his name is. I'm not a fan of him. And he did a crap job. Like, if I'm not a fan of you, you don't really do a good job, like, doing your thing. Like, why am I watching this? I'll be right back. Someone's awake. Okay, I think this. I'll get to Bond around one day. I prefer. Watch them in order. Absolutely watch them in order. There's no other reason to do it. Absolutely watch them in order. And you haven't seen any, you definitely should watch them in order. So. You know, the first one, the first couple are definitely the most boring. But you definitely should watch them in order. I didn't watch them in order because, you know, the ones from the 1970s were the ones that were playing on like TBS when I was a kid. So I watched those first, right? Even though there was lots of the older ones available, they just weren't in rotation. So I mean, that's in the 1970s and early 80s. That's what you watched. You know, you watched whatever was being shown to you on TV. You know, how else are you going to see something? You know, so. Is the first Bond film? Okay, well, don't do the first one with Connery. I haven't even seen those. Yeah, don't watch those. You know, don't watch. Start with the ones with Connery. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. That's the one with Niven in it, right? Yeah, I haven't seen that one, and I like Niven, but Niven's one of those few people that can pull off a mustache without looking like, you know. Don't leave him around kids. There's only that's like a superpower. There's not very many people that can do that. All right, these guys need to be sprayed black. Now, let's see how. Which of these is broken? This is the broken one. Let's see how sturdy this is. Okay, that's good. Now, I thought about actually gluing these, but I think I'm going to keep them separated. Going to keep them separated? Yeah, because that way we can take them apart. They're going to take up too much space otherwise. So, I'm going to put these. Oh, and we also have a gate that broke. Now, I suspect what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to repaint these black and then paint these in a rusty fashion, because the fact that these are hollow red doesn't really matter unless I put a light source behind it. I'm not going to do that. Although I'm not going to permanently glue these down. This broke for whatever reason. Because I could totally see switching these out and making my own custom ones that are a lot more industrial looking. Yeah, watch them in order. The only actor that does the role that I really don't care for is Lazenby. Everybody else has merit at some way or another. I don't like the Lazenby one. I rewatched it. It wasn't as bad as I remembered it, but I still didn't like it. Between that and Telly Savalas playing a bad guy, which is also a bad combination, it just didn't work for me. This may not glue. We have to do epoxy or something like that. And this is the quick one. Oh my God, that means you've never seen anything with Q in it. Oh my, you are deprived. If you've never seen a Bond movie, you don't know what the hell Q is. Oh my God, you haven't seen Desmond in action. It's not gluing. Wow, okay. Well, you will be going to epoxy reinternment camp. Which one has Christopher Lee? The second Moore one. My least favorite, Roger Moore. My least favorite, Roger Moore. Has a damn French midget. Not a fan. Man with a golden gun. Yeah, don't start there. Start with the very first one. Work your way to it. It'll take you no time. Enjoy the gadgets along the way. And speaking of Moore, who's my favorite Bond, because it's the one I grew up with. But I like them all except Lazenby. Lazenby, whatever it is. Even though he was too old, and I agree he was too old for the movie, and the movie is not great, one of the best villains is freaking Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken is a great fucking villain, because he's just unhinged anyways. So he's like a really good fit for that. I really like Christopher Walken in that role. Which one's my favorite? I don't know that I have a favorite one. I don't know that I have a favorite one. I'd probably say, God, if I had to pick one, it's probably Spy Who Loved Me. But I don't like the girl. She's just so damn wooden as an actress. She's not unattractive. She's just super, super, super wooden. You know, whatchamacallit's wife, the Beatles drummer wife, Ringo Starr's wife. That's probably my favorite plot of all of the plots. And it's got a lot of action in it, and it's got, I'm not going to spoil any of it, but I wouldn't start with that one. You have a perfect opportunity of just starting from the get-go. You should watch them in order. And then you can decide which your favorite one is. If you watch more than one. If you finish watching one. The first one I expected to be really, really boring. Yeah, it's funny. No, the one that this car comes from. Well, that's just coincidental. I really like Live and Let Die. I like Live and Let Die a lot. It doesn't have any of the gadgets, but it's a cool movie. I like most of them. Most of them have some value in it. I mean, it's like my favorite Connery one's probably Thunderball. That's probably my favorite one. The first movie isn't bad, but the heroine is just, I can't stand. I mean, just terrible. Oh, she couldn't speak English. Okay, we'll get somebody else. I didn't ask that person to be cast. But where is? There's a famous Japanese actress who played a Bond girl, Wakabayashi. Well, it's got to be Only Live Twice or one of the new ones. Bond girl Wakabayashi. It's got to be Only Live Twice, which is set in Japan. Got the volcano base. That one should have been better than it was. That one should have been better. There's a whole part where he gets turned. They put he gets turned into basically being a Japanese guy for no reason whatsoever. I'm like, okay, what's the plot of this? We're watching it. What was her name? Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi sounds like a Japanese walkabout. I'm going to have a Wakabayashi actress. It's got to be Only Live Twice. Yep. Yeah, she's in Only Live Twice. Yep. Yeah, you definitely watch them in order. Definitely watch them in order. You have a rare opportunity. And I don't understand. And I've heard the reasoning before. I don't understand why. If you ask most people what their favorite Bond movie is, they'd say Goldfinger. And I completely disagree. It's one of my least favorite ones. I can't stand that little tosser to begin with. You know, which Bond would Musk face as a Bond villain? Shit. That's a good question. Man, Jeffrey coming out with an extra bonus question here. Well, he'd definitely be a villain. I don't know. He's a bit like Dr. No. To be honest with you, I don't know much about the guy. The guy just, he's just like awkward in his own skin. You know, he seems like he's Dr. No-ish, you know? I mean, any of them he'd face would just run circles around. We're gonna throw the Australian Bond out of there. You know, like he's not even a factor. Any of the other guys would just run circles around him. You know, he has a personality. You know, he has a personality. It seems similar to a lot of the Bond villains. A little bit of Doctor No, a little bit of who's the guy from Moonraker, Michael Ironside. I think that's what his name is. Whatever. I remember seeing the first half of Moonraker so many times 'cause it was on TV. Remember in the early '80s, that was like the latest one, and it was on TV so many times, and I never could see the end of it because it was past my bedtime. And parents were like freaking Nazis when it came to like bedtime, and I never could see the ending of it, which is the worst part of the movie, But all right, so we're gonna need to get this terracotta. And we're going to get, what's this color here? Burnt sienna. Well, hold on. Isn't that what this is called? Burnt umber. Oh, excusez-moi. And what color is this? Oh, no, this is cranberry. It'll be none of that. It looks orange from the bottom of it. Or at least it does to me in this lighting, not the lighting you see. Musk could be a shitty villain. You know? Yeah, the best... Alright, let's see. We're going to talk about villains of... I think Christopher Walken was great. And Christopher Walken's... I didn't like him a while ago. I've really taken a liking to him. He's like his own... He's his own... character. I like him. He gets originality points. Bond villains. Interesting. I never really thought about. Elliot Carver. That fucking guy is just a dick. I don't think he's ever played. I think whatever his name is, whatever that actor, he always plays one. He's that guy's a dick. That guy's a dick. You're gonna get screwed. And there's people like that. There's actors that always play the asshole character. In the 1980s, there was this American actor, and I think he's still alive, named Ronnie Cox. If Ronnie Cox was in it, he was in RoboCop and everything. If Ronnie Cox is in it, dickhead. Automatic dickhead. You're going to play the dickhead. You're going to screw everybody over. Everybody's going to hate you. You're going to die, and everybody's going to clap that you're dead. That's, I do not like Max Mikkelsen. I don't like him. I don't like him. He's, you know what? That's him. That's Musk. Musk is Mikkelsen. Musk is Mikkelsen. It's that whole pasty white. Like, dude, how about get some freaking vitamin D sometime, you know? Musk is Mickelson. The worst villain of all, one of the worst villains is the Yorkshire guy. Because it's hard to see him as a villain. What's his name? The guy that dies in every movie. I like him. I can't see him as the bad guy. Best Bond. I don't care what other people's opinions are. I've seen all the movies. I got, well, all but one. All but one. 20 more. Raul Silva. Man, I can't stand that guy in anything. You don't leave that guy around children. That guy's creepy. Julius is Dr. No's first name. I did not know that. Stromberg was a good villain. He wanted to blow everybody up. Okay. You got to stop that guy. Okay. You can't have somebody ending the world. Sorry. Telly Savalas is a terrible villain. He's too likable. I remember watching what is it, the Greek one. And I was remember as a kid, I'm like, oh wait a second, that guy was a turncoat. That was like my first experience as a kid, like of somebody like pretending to be the good guy and they're actually the bad guy. And you're like, when you're like 9 years old, you're like, wait, what the fuck? How could this happen? You know, old Julian Glover pulling a fast one on everybody. Yeah, Bean. Bean's great, man. Bean is awesome. Bean's awesome in everything. I have seen some of Sharp. I have seen some of Sharp. And most people like Bean. I've never encountered somebody that says, I hate Sean Bean. Right? I don't think so. I've never encountered any of them. It's like saying somebody dislikes Sean Connery. It just doesn't happen. Even after he slaps women. Supposedly, whatever the hell that thing was. Everybody likes Sean Bean. All right. I smell the coffee. I will be right back. Musk is definitely the chiffre. Poor guy. He's probably a nice guy in real life. I just don't like him. He rubs me the wrong way. Bravo 2-0 with Bean is good. Is that the one where he plays the SAS guy? He doesn't die in that. He doesn't die in that. There's one where he plays an SAS guy in the let's say John Bean dies in everything. Well, if you count every episode of Sharp as a movie, there's more things he doesn't die in. I haven't seen all of Sharp, but I'm pretty sure that he doesn't die in the end. I'm going out on a limb. I could be wrong, and he doesn't die in that Iraq one. And there's probably something else, but I mean, he was the only one in Game of Thrones. He was the only one of that entire clan I gave a two that I cared about. Like I didn't care about anybody else of those whoever the hell they are. Stark. He's the only Stark I gave a shit about. Like, oh, killed him off. Fuck the rest of the Starks. Like, I didn't care for any of their characters. Like, it's a Stark person. Let me go get coffee. He survives in Ronin. I haven't seen that. That's one of those movies that people say it's a bit... Is that the movie with... is De Niro in that? Only Live Twice, a mashup of Dr. No and You Only Live Twice novel plot. Huh. Yeah, everybody likes him. I think everybody likes him. I mean, he's... there's just some people that are just... I don't know, they just appeal to everybody, I like him. I don't have any high hopes for any future Bond movies, though. Who knows what they're going to make them. The last movie, after I heard it was going to be so bad, everyone said the only good thing is the Cuban girl that's in it. I agree. That's still the best part of the movie. But it wasn't so bad. It wasn't as bad, other than Rami. I just don't like... Rami just doesn't... I don't like Rami. I don't like... the Spanish dude, whatever the hell his name is, the creepy bastard. I can't like everybody. He probably don't like me either, so whatever. Yeah, I have not seen that. But that is a movie that I had heard is pretty good. But I'm just to the point where I'm not going to watch a movie by myself. Like, I need somebody to watch it with me. And it's an action movie, so wife's not going to watch that. So that leaves it up to the daughter, and daughter's away at college. She'll pretty much watch anything. She's real easy with movies. I'm more difficult about movies than she is. But she's the one that'll watch the war stuff with me. First time she watches Saving Private Ryan, she's like giving the guy that cowered on the stair a tongue lashing. Like, I can't believe you, pussy. And my daughter's a girly girl. She's not she's not one of them welder types. Hey, what do you say about what I'm just saying? You know what I mean. One thing that escaped me about Saving Private Ryan, and this might surprise some of you, I didn't realize they were Rangers. Like, I'm like, they are? I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they are. Like, that wasn't an important part of it for me, I guess. Yeah, Musk would definitely be Shifra. He definitely has that allure. At least physically. Physically, he totally looks like Shifra. Pasty white, never been in the sun kind of thing. Like, so, let's see. First movie, you got No as the villain. Second one, you got that. You got the grumpy little short woman, Rosa, and Red Grant. You know the problem with Red Grant again. I find whatchamacallit too likable. I find man, I can never remember his name. He's just too likable. Everybody says that's the best fight scene. I haven't seen it in a long time. It's funny when I saw him for the first time in a role that did not involve him having his hair dyed blonde. I'm like, that's what he looks like? When somebody says pasty white, I feel like I'm getting called out. Are you? Pasty white. Third movie, Goldfinger. The Goldfinger guy isn't bad, but it's like, you just could have just, all you had to do was just beat him over the head at the golf game and, movie's over. I hate that little Korean tosser. I can't stand, he is as annoying as the midget is. He is as annoying as the damn midget is in Man with a Golden Gun. Then the next movie's what? Thunderball. I don't remember what guy with the eye patch. I don't think he was just like a big factor. He was like not neither here, neither there. Oh, you got the assassin girl who's the, oh man, I'm gonna ruin them. Oh, tough shit. You should have watched them already. You got the assassin girl that's the turncoat. Everybody complains about the fight scene underwater. It's too slow. The movie that was extremely slow, and I was not expecting it, was the second one. The second movie was extremely slow. And I wasn't, and they just didn't cast that girl right. You should have cast somebody that was more Russian than her. She's an Italian actress, and she seemed Italian to me the whole time I was in the movie, so it was like hard to disassociate that. They are for Gaslands. They're for Gaslands or what we end up turning Gaslands into. Now, with that said, we played it for the first time. I've played the game about 6 times before with the same people. So we've all played it 6 times before, but it was 7 years ago. So last Tuesday we went and had a refresher course, and man, it seemed like a new freaking game. But by the end of the game, by the middle of the game, we're like, we know what we're doing. You know, well, we knew what we were doing. It was just a matter of, are we doing it right, kind of thing, right? It was more like that type of a situation. But we're not opposed to changing stuff that we don't see that's not to our liking. With that said, after playing one game, we didn't see anything that needed to be changed. But what I really don't like about Gaslands, more than anything else, is the backstory that the author created, which is the easiest thing to change because, like, I just think it's silly. It really doesn't matter what the backstory of the game is. You got cars and they're trying to shoot each other up. Okay, put whatever backstory you want with that. I just don't like the whole Mars thing. I don't like the names of the teams. I think I could do better. You know, so I don't know if we're going to follow the line on the teams or create your own teams with their own type stuff. But other than that, we'll run everything else as is. You know, the thing that makes the game the best is the management of the dice. That's what makes the game. How you manage those dice. So it's like other games that I've enjoyed, that you have every turn you have meaningful options to think about. It's not just on autopilot. You can't be like, oh, just roll for me and I'll come back when it's not one of those games. Like, you need to be there. Now, the worst thing, and I don't know if Mitch would agree with me, and it's an easy thing to change, and when I change it, I will no longer be calling it Gaslands. Like, you're not playing Gaslands, you're not playing exactly the way it is. That's just fine. We'll call it Blastlands. You know? Everybody will know what it is. The thing that I think is, and this might be different because we just played a 2-player game with everybody having 2 cars and everybody having the same 2 cars. We needed to keep it really simple. I'm pretty good about, like, let's not, we're gonna add 1 tank and a jeep and an ambulance no. Okay, we let's start from ground zero. First of all, we had only played the very first version of the Gaslands. The Reloaded came out. I bought the book. We stopped playing. So we had never played with Reloaded before. Okay, the basic game is busy enough as it is. That doesn't mean we're not going to play with the Reloaded stuff. But I'm just like, you got to get the basic stuff figured out before you start adding all kinds of auto gyros and shit like that, right? But the thing that needed the most work, in my opinion, was, and this is the same thing that happened with HeroClix. I think HeroClix is a good game, not as a collectible game and all that bullshit, but just like, I'm going to play, Fantastic Four. I'm going to play whatever. And I'm not even a superhero person, okay? But that the game itself is fun. What isn't fun is how much control you have about who goes next, okay? I am a big fan of that is really chaotic. Because it's like split second kind of thing, it simulates that you can't control all those chaos things. Okay, like I can control how I drive, but I can't control what else somebody's going to do. So what seemed really hokey, it's like, okay, one person has pole position. Okay, they go first. And then they're going to continue going first, and then they get to choose any of their vehicles to move. That's too much control. That's too much control. The next time I play, actually, I'm going to implement this. The next time I play, I'm going to bring a bag, and we're going to have a token for each car, and you pull a token, and that's who goes next. And then, when it's done, you go through all the cars, whatever. And then maybe if you have pole position, you could interject and go in front of somebody else if you want to. Something like that. It's just too... HeroClix was that same way, like, move one guy. You mean any guy? Yeah. Like, that's too much control. Because one of the fun things that we enjoy in games is like, man, I want to move that guy, but I can't. I got to do this one first. Because it's all like split seconds kind of thing. I like that in my World War II games. And I think it's better. And a lot of people, they don't do a lot of games that way because a lot of people are whiners about, man, I can't do everything I want every turn. That's life, dude. The other guy can't do everything they want either. It's like, if I can't do anything I want and the other guy does, that's not cool, okay? But it's just, if it's luck of the Irish, Ooh, an Irish team. Okay, we're getting too sidetracked, But by and large, we're going to run it as it is. But, I spent 18 years playing something by the book, even though we may have had better ideas that could fix something, and we just didn't do it. And I'm like, no, I'm not going back to that. Because the game does have some loopholes in it. But it's a fun game. But it's the fun part about the game is that is as far as the gameplay goes, in my opinion, is how you manage the skid dice. The other problem I have with it, it's not really a problem, you just have to deal with it, is spin and slide are mislabeled. Because when you say something, man, you want to do a spin, it's like something you can come back from. And that's, I don't know, maybe that's because I've got airplanes stuck in my head, right? But you never want to go in a spin. A spin is a bad thing. You know, the room is spinning. Is that a good thing? No. Okay. But a slide can be okay. But the way a slide is handled is just, you know, we were playing the game like you want to get a spin every time. As long as you don't have too many hazards, a spin is a great thing to have in that game. Because that's how you can like turn minutely. Otherwise you have to follow these exact patterns. And then if you get a spin at the what they call a spin at the end, you know, you have to just turn it a little bit. A spin is like using your rudder. That's exactly what it is. Using your rudder. Using your rudder ever so slightly. But we're not going to go in like, all right, let's build our cars here as we go. Like, I want to make predefined cars. And then you don't get to pick them. You just, okay, sometimes you got to do the, sometimes you get to use the yellow one. And I want them different enough that you can't drive them all the same. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some cars that are just going to be like, okay, you know, heavy machine gun to the front, one to the rear, you know, basic point cars. But some of them are going to be, you know, that you can get that's outlandish stuff. Not really outlandish, but a theme, you know. It's got a lot of potential. Now, when we played it last time, I was still doing DBA, and I couldn't do DBA in that. Now we're not. No, we're no longer doing DBA, and definitely looking forward to filming some stuff with it. So. This gives me such Borderlands vibe though. But I don't really like the fluff plot that the author came up with. But easiest thing to change. Doesn't really matter what the plot of it is. Can we all agree that it's cars and we're blowing each other up? Yes. Okay, we're good. And we haven't played with the teams at all. And I don't think I'm going to use teams per se because there's some things that you know. I mean, there's some teams that I want to make that might have attributes of one of the teams that already exist, but not some of the other attributes of them. You know, like I already know I'm going to have a redneck group, Mexican lowriders. You know, there's no Mexican lowriders. I mean, are they high performers? They're like Miyazaki? No, they're not like Miyazaki. Miyazaki is more like Miyazaki would be like the Asian persuasion guys. You know, you don't need a ghost team. You know, it's like go play a fantasy game. But the core meat and potatoes of the game is is pretty decent because the dice are cool. The dice are really The dice are interesting, and there's a nice push your luck mechanic. We encountered it several times the other night. Although I can tell you, I'm there to drive the course. I'm there to stay on the track, not hit things unintentionally. You can't crash fast enough to win. We used to say when we were playing our Formula One game. You can't crash fast enough to win. You got to slow down for the turns. And we've never played a version of the game other than the death race. Basically, where you're going through the gate. That's not saying we won't play other versions, but we're still virgins when it comes to this game. Basically, you got the gates. You have to drive through them. When you go through the first gate, your weapons become activated. You need to make it to the end, kind of thing. I mean, hell, I bought these like 7 years ago or something like that. And I figured it'd be pretty popular. I mean, that's not really why I do videos. I don't necessarily do videos because something's popular. I would think that Gaslands would be more popular than DBA videos. I would think. There's a lot of people that DBA isn't going to apply. There's probably a lot of people that Gaslands don't appeal to. But I got 20 of these. We did in the last battle use all 20 of them, but I don't think this is something that you're going to use all 20 of them. It's going to be. I want terrain to be. This is just kind of like guide you away from, like make it difficult to get around things. Like, don't go this way. Nothing to see here, there's a barrier over here. Not just having just barriers as the only terrain. That's pretty boring, but I have them. I might as well paint them, you know. I've got one of these that is completely dry. Let's bring this up to the next level and make sure we're okay with this before we get too far along. I mean, I know that the craft paint is watery. Man, some of these colors are really watery. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I like that. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, we got to get those weights in. These things are definitely have a mind of their own, falling forward and so forth. So, anyways, where did we leave off on? Thunderball. I don't remember anything about the guy with the eye patch. I think he was just kind of a generic character. And then only lives twice. Who's the villain in that? I mean, other than the main guy, Doctor Evil. I don't remember. Then you got when we were on a tear, we skipped over the non-traditional Eon films. Even though I would have been fine watching it again, but we didn't watch that. So um, let's see how that looks. I like that. I think that works just fine. Iron girder type of, and we're probably going to do some drippings to the front, some, but they're going to look a lot better this coming week than they did last week, where they basically just most of them were unpainted. Would watching Bond films make Austin Powers more funny? Austin Powers would have been more funny if you watched it when the movies came out. I tried watching part of one when 5 years ago, and it wasn't very funny. Although the one scene, and I don't remember which movie it's in, where he's like pretending to be naked and they're at a table like eating sausages and stuff like that, and it looks like they're eating part of him, was pretty funny, at least at the time. Um, I don't think you should. I can't recommend watching Austin Power movies. Let's put it that way. Oh. Now the Bond movies are great, man. They're classic. It's like you should watch all of them. You know. And I'd say they start strong, and as you go farther and farther along, they're less important to watch. I think you should watch all the Connery ones and all the Moore ones for sure. And if you don't want to go farther than that, then that's good. But you definitely, that's recommended watching, is watching those two. Where did we leave off on? Oh yeah, the movie I thought I was gonna suck, and I was gonna hate the Diamonds Are Forever. I didn't li- I did not like the girl in that. She was, I don't think she was a good fit, and those two henchmen were way ahead of their time. Let's put it that way. But other than that, I know it's corny, but I liked it. It definitely has a corny. The corniest part of the entire movie, I'd say, still is the two girls that are at the house. When he walks into the house and outside of Vegas or wherever it is, whatever the hell the two bunnies are, Thumper and Bambi and Thumper. Is it Bambi and Thumper? I'm like, really? I watched Austin Powers a long time ago, found it funny, but not much as an adult. Matt Helm was interesting. Who the hell is Matt Helm? We haven't looked that up. Matt. Oh, the Dean Martin one? I don't. I don't know how that works. Okay, well, I'll have to be on the lookout for it. I haven't seen that. I've not seen. I have not seen the Niven one. I have not seen. Isn't there like one version that has Coburn? Isn't Coburn one of the a Bondish guy in one of those, the Flint or whatever, something like that? I haven't seen any of those. I probably should watch those. I'd probably find some value in them. You know, nostalgic type of thing. right, where do we leave off on? The two hitmen, though. The one guy and then the other guy that was like a walrus. Land walrus. Hopefully nobody calls you that. Hey, here comes that land walrus. Not a good sign. You know, whatchamacallit is a good fit. What's her name? The Avengers lady. She's a good fit for the Bond stuff. It just like Lazenby wasn't horrible. It wasn't Bond. He was just some other dude there. Like, what are you doing here, dude? Like, just move aside. We're waiting for the Bond guy to get here. You know. Yeah, it helps to know what films are being parodied. That's true. That'd be like watching Scary Movie and not seeing the horror movies. Which I don't know that Scary Movie's worth watching, but considering I haven't seen it, but it's like watching not another teen movie and never seeing the teen movies. There we go. That's a funny movie. Oh my god, that's a funny fucking movie. Where did we leave off on? Yeah, not a fan of Jill St. John. Not a fan of Jill St. John. Then, for $20, I'll take you to a Ku Klux Klan cookout. I really like that movie. I really like that movie. I think Yafet does a great job. Yeah, how he dies. Okay, whatever. That's a tiny little part of the movie, right? You can't compare one scene, the death scene of somebody, to like a fucking midget you can't get rid of that's in the whole damn movie. I think Yafet does a great job. I always like that scene where the booth switches and you're somewhere different. I always liked shit like that when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I always liked movies that involved like a mind fuck, right? Like what was that movie that everybody was in? Murder by Death. Murder by Death, where it's like a mystery movie or whatever. It's an old classic movie with everybody that was in it back then from 1976. And it was one of those, like they go in a room and then they go out and they come up in a different room and the floor change. You don't see it, but the whole thing is I always liked shit like that as a kid. I was amused by it. You know. Our Man Flint, haven't seen it. I probably should. I don't mind Mr. Coburn. Yeah. I think Yafet does a great job. What's her face is gorgeous. That woman is so pretty. Whatever her name is. I'm terrible. I don't think about actors all day long, but probably the prettiest Bond girl. If I had to pick one, it's her. At least in that movie. Super, super cute. I mean, shit, how old was I? 2? the What about the Bond movies who star Pierce Brosnan? So, Pierce Brosnan for me was a little too... How can I put this without getting the wrong impression? A little too metrosexual for me. He's just a little too soft, just a little too much. I think that the new guy, well, he's not the new guy anymore. Again, we can't think of names, whatever. The blonde Bond is a little too gruff. I think Connery's about right. I actually preferred Moore a little bit more because he was more suave, but not like, like he was going to go get his nails done. Dalton is interesting because Dalton is a guy that, as an actor, I like him. But as an actor, I get him confused with two other people. And what I mean by getting them confused is when I see him, I kind of have to do a double take of which one of the three guys is this. And the three guys I get confused with is Timothy Dalton, Jason Isaacs, and who is the third one? And there's a little bit of Christopher Plummer, but of course Christopher Plummer is significantly older than the other two, and not around anymore. But I kind of put all those three guys in the same character, and I like all three of them. So that's probably part of it. I feel like Timothy Dalton had too much hair. I feel like his Bond was too hairy. I don't know if that makes any sense. Go back and look at it. He needed a little bit of a haircut. Other than that, I think his demeanor is just fine. Some people claim he's the one that follows the books the most accurately. Whatever. I like Timothy Dalton. He his Bond just needed a haircut. You know, Craig is closer to the Bond, and I like Craig. I like Craig as an actor. He just doesn't. The way to do Bond really is it's not really a person. It's a role, and then, oh, you're the guy who's known as this. So then you could do whatever the hell you want with. You could use anybody. They can look like anything, and it's not that big of a deal. So that way, it's not always the same person through it. I don't really worry about it too much, but I don't love Brosnan in that role. I like him better in other things, and he can do a serious a killer type role okay, and work with it pretty well. Like he was in the movie with Owen Wilson, who I cannot stand. I don't remember what the hell it's called. I'm going to call it No Way Out. It may not be called that, but it's a movie where Owen Wilson and his wife and kids are stuck in like Vietnam or something like that. And there's basically a revolution, and he has to get the fuck out of there, right? It's actually a pretty decent movie, except Owen Wilson's in it. And listen to him talking like this the whole movie. Oh man, I don't want to listen to Owen Wilson. Okay, he's a better actor than I am, but I still don't want to listen to him. But he plays his role in that movie is pretty good. And we started watching November Man, and Brosnan was pretty good in that. Daughter had to go back to college, so we didn't finish watching that. But I don't dislike Brosnan. I just think that I think at the beginning he's a little too young looking. Like towards the end he's a little bit more more of the role. Don't dislike him. Just saying that not my favorite. And his movies just don't have the villains, and that's when villains started getting kind of shitty. Elliot Carver, not a good villain. I don't remember the. I get that movie and the other one mixed up. Who else did he have as a villain? Sean Bean. Sean Bean, terrible villain. Terrible. He's just too damn likable. He's just too damn likable. Yeah, you're really missing out not watching the Bond movies. You need to watch them. I recommend you watch them all. It's what's the worst thing that can happen? You waste 2 hours. Well, you'll see worse movies than Bond movies for sure. All the Bond movies are better than most movies. That's not saying anything, but it's the truth. Scaramanga, not a fan of that guy. I mean, I guess he makes a good villain because you're not supposed to like a villain, so that works. But between that room of the freaking mirrors and the midget, that movie was ruined. I just between the midget and the mirrors, it's just ridiculous. You know. Dalton was the stopgap till they could get Brosnan out of the Remington Steel. Yeah, it seemed like so many of the characters was that was kind of a recurring problem. You know, like word on the street is they wanted more, but they couldn't get more because he was doing the Saint. And some people say, well, oh well, Moore will never be Bond because he's the Saint. Well, I've never seen the Saint, so who's that? I've never seen the Saint or the Persuaders. You know, so to me, the first role I ever saw him in was that. You know, so what else? And it's funny, I wouldn't consider him to be a good actor because he's very limited in what I think that he can pull off. Like he can't pull off being a German officer. He can't pull off being. I didn't like him in that Folks or whatever the heck it's called over. What is it? Deep Sea Handicap? No, it has a British name. It has a different name in the UK. I don't think he was good in that. You know, I don't think he's good in everything. You know, but to me, he pulls off the Bond that I grew up with. That's what I expect it to be. You know, the funny jokes, the gadgets. You know, suave. Um, you know, one-liners. That's the kind of stuff that that I'm used to. That doesn't mean I don't like Connery. That doesn't mean All right, so where we leave off? Scaramanga. Don't like that movie. Um, the '76 movie. The only gripe I have about the '76 movie is Barbara Bach is super wooden, super wooden, super wooden. Other than that, that movie is pretty darn solid. Good plot. The scene with the submarines is awesome. The villain is good. Um, there's people that die in there. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. She's so wooden. Poor girl. I think it was too much. Well, I think it might have been too much just trying to do a Russian accent or something. I don't know what it is, but anyhow, she looked the part. She just didn't. The acting was wooden. Um, then we go on to what? What's next? Moonraker. You can test my knowledge if I know the orders of Tony's Bond quiz. I grew up watching these movies. They're like freaking. Screw Lord of the Rings or any of that all those trilogies, whatever. I'm a Bond person. I mean, that's if you something that's run all the way through, it's Bond for me. Um, what's next? Is Moonraker next? I think Moonraker's next. Man, I used to watch that used to be on TV so often, so often. Moonraker. I'll buy you a delicatessen of solid steel, a stainless steel. No, oh, that's the next movie. Sorry, mine bad. No, Moonraker, the starting scene. That's right. It's the space shuttle getting launched off the other one. Really kind of a slow movie. You know, the part where the girl gets eaten by the dogs is a little disturbing when you're a kid. You know, of course, that was the dogs that were in the 1980s. That was the scary dog was Dobermans. None of this Rottweiler nonsense. It was Dobermans, man. You want to have a dog that scares the shit out of people? Get a freaking Doberman. Um, Michael Lionsdale. That's what his name is. Yeah, kind of a low charisma guy. I think Jaws is a good henchman. He's classic. Of course, he's hokey in the second movie. The same way that the redneck cop is in the second movie that he's in, which is just a cartoon of himself, kind of thing. But it was a long time before I ever saw the Star Wars part of Moonraker because it was always past my bedtime. That would always come on after 10 or something like that. I wasn't allowed to watch it. Probably a hokey movie. Probably if I look back, it's probably not a very good movie. Goodhead's really cute. Other than that, not not a great movie in my opinion. Probably his weakest movie. No, that's not true because I don't like Man with a Golden Gun. No. Like if you had to watch that movie, like, man, we gotta watch this one. Can we watch a different one instead? Then we got Your Eyes Only. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. What the one I like about it? I I like the movies. I like the movies where the U.S. where the West and the Russians cooperate. I like that. I think that's a good concept. I think that's a good concept where you've got that going because that's in that movie and also Spy Who Loves Me. That's a good. I think that's a good plot where you don't have the one. You've got the cooperation trying to stave off annihilation or something like that. Although they don't cooperate in that one. Now that I think about it, he's trying to sell the secrets and he gets stopped. Oops. Sorry. Sorry, General Orlov. No, Orlov is the bad guy. Whatever that guy's name is. The German guy that plays the Russian guy all the time. The German actor that plays the Russian guy all the time. The Russian KGB, whatever his name is. Yeah, as the Tony's quiz on Bond movies. At least five people find it interesting. Or five people are I put five people to sleep. Man, I had the hots for that girl, that Greek girl for the longest time. Holy smokes. I mean, you're like 10 years old. Like, man, that chick is beautiful. The French actress that plays the Greek girl. Um, the movie with the forbidden name, Octopussy. Always get a giggle from the little kids. People really focus on the clown scene. It's such a small part of the movie. We're using clown makeup. I think the movie has a good plot. You know, I don't think it's a bad movie. I don't think it's a bad movie at all. Yeah. So and then the rock salt movie, which he's too old for, but Walken is great. I think Walken is an unhinged. He does unhinge a crazy person really well. You know, it gets a giggle from me. It's just an unnecessary. You know, I don't think it's a very I don't think it's a very over the top name. I think Pussy Galore is way over the top and like unnecessary. Like okay, like and I didn't hate Goldfinger, but everybody loves that movie, and I'm like, it's got so much going for it that is not the best. Like oh, I really like Sean Connery. Okay, that's fine. Why don't you pick one of his other movies? You know, like why pick that one? Like you know. All right. We're halfway in the middle of this stuff. Well, we're on a tear. I don't even know what time it is. What day is it? Is it Saturday? Oh, it's 10. Oh, I got a new survey available. A new Google survey. Okay, got it. Have you recently searched for any of the following on Google? Yes, I searched for Bond villains. Yes, what else? Oh, I'm not going to answer that shit. It's like, you like this page better or this one? Ah, whatever. You can keep your 20 cents. I'll get back to that when it's better. Bond villains. Yep. Then the two Dalton ones. I don't think we finished watching. I think we stopped at the violinist. We didn't do the Frank Sanchez one. That's where I've left off with my mom and brother. We were watching them all in order, and that's where we left off. We watched all the other ones in order. We decided to, for whatever reason, we skipped the a Never Say Never Again, which I know it's a Thunderball rehash. Whatever. I still wanted to see it, you know. Bald Connery. But we decided not to watch it for whatever reason. You know. Because it was not a Bond movie. Well, it's more of a Bond movie than those other ones, than the Flint and those other three, you know. Cellist, not violinist. Whatever, it's a string instrument. Do I look musical to you? Hey, I'm a painter. It's not like I got, Picasso and Matisse mixed up. Cellist, right? I think it was a cellist. God, I don't remember anything about that movie. Other than it had some ridiculous stunts. Well, all of them have ridiculous stunts. Plenty O'Toole. Oh, is that a bit? Oh, is that whatchamacallit's sister? Plenty O'Toole? Am I getting that mixed up? What's her name? I can't remember actors and actresses' name. I can picture them. I just can't remember what the name is. The sister of the girl that got supposedly killed by Robert Wagner. Hey, I remembered an actor. Yeah, she's pretty hot. It's pretty hot. Uh, Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood's sister. Yeah, Natalie Wood's younger sister. Yeah, she's pretty hot. And so was Naomi. Remember the helicopter pilot? The helicopter pilot was pretty hot. Stuff you see when you're 10 and 11 years old. Makes it no doubt you know which bathroom to use when you get older. Go get more coffee. Yeah, but if I remember correctly, she played a really small role in that. She's like in the casino scene, and that's it, right? That's like the only thing that she's in. Yeah. No, she's definitely cute, and so is the sister. I think her sister's very. Not that I've. I don't think I've seen her in anything. I don't think I've seen Natalie Wood in anything, but she's really attractive. What else we got? How far along are we with this? Okay, I'm getting out of whack. I did a couple of these in orange, but they don't have to look. They don't have to look exactly the same. Yeah, I didn't know this was going to be my quiz show, but and then I get really rusty after that because I didn't rewatch them recently, and I've seen them all, but I don't remember which Brosnan film had certain people in it, and I don't there's one of them that has what Terry Hatcher's in one of them, and and the Chinese actress is in another one, and I'm like I just don't remember because I haven't rewatched them recently. And the Craig ones, I don't remember what order they're in. I mean, I know the Casino Royale, and then after that, I just lose track. There's what, Solace, and then there's, I don't know, Skyfall, and the other one fall, in what order they fall into, and then, you know, I haven't rewatched them. We probably should pick up and watch the remainder of it. I'm not sure why we stopped watching. It's not like we weren't enjoying the whole experience of it or whatever. But I remember when we were watching You Only Live Twice. We're all looking at each other in that scene like, why the hell is he all like pretending to be a Japanese person? What's the plot here? Like he's being some kind of a spy so he can get into the secret base or whatever. But it was like, it's almost something like, hey, we found a way we can make Sean Connery look Japanese, and let's work that into the plot of this film instead of the other way around. You're back. It's time for your second breakfast. I know exactly what that's like. You guys have helped me not eat the fucking house. The coffee also helps. So I usually use these little Nespresso pods, and we're out. So I've been using either instant coffee, which is, I mean, I drink coffee really for the caffeine, and then my wife made it the Cuban espresso or whatever, so I just make an Americano out of that. Or she made the first one. This is the one I made. She makes it better. I'm lazy. I'm just like put shit together. I'm like, all right, give me caffeine. Let's go. You know, she made some pumpkin creamer on her own. It's pretty good. It's not too sweet. We don't drink sweet things. Sweet things makes us fall asleep. Yeah, I don't remember anything about the. This one we need to pick up on the Sanchez one. Robert Davi and a young Benicio del Toro, I believe. I wonder if he mumbles in that too. He is a major mumbler. Well, I appreciate you guys getting me running my mouth to allow me to power through this. Because I don't think I would have sat here and done all these rustified things all in one tear like this. So I hope I'm at least entertaining you guys, or you're getting something done while I'm running my damn mouth. You and your damn mouth. Halle Berry. It takes me a while to remember people's names. I don't think about actors and actresses at all throughout the day. Yeah, I don't remember which movie has Halle Berry in it, which one has Terry Hatcher in it, which one has the Chinese actress, whatever her name is. I didn't get the refresher course on that one. Like I said, we were doing the refresher course, so all those previous ones are memorable. Oh, geez, I got a whole mountain of them over here. All right. Now let's see if we can't spread this. This color, for whatever reason, is really watery. Is not accurate. It's almost like it's got too much, not enough pigment and too much carrier. It's not very opaque, which is fine for this. Could have just used Vallejo, but then I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to be so. We got to use these craft paints for something. We decided we're going to use them for terrain. Now I've got some weights coming, which I think are, if the description is accurate, they're going to be about the same width of this. I hope they're the same width, or shorter, and probably like 3/4 of an inch long. So there's going to be little tabs that'll be here, and that should be enough weight to keep these things from rocking forward and falling over like, the saddest set of dominoes ever. Sad dominoes. Well, if I make any other barriers, we'll be doing them one at a time, not like 20 of them. It's just like we need to get these off the ground, and they look pretty good. We haven't even done like some washes and stuff on the front, which is something I'm actually looking forward to doing. Now I'm going to have to look at every single thing that we buy before we throw it in the recycler or in the trash. Yeah, there you are. Sad dominoes. Go away. Every single thing before we throw it away, it's like, oh, that could be a good piece of trash. Oh, I could use that for like something on a barrier. Might as well repurpose some of this stuff. This everything you buy comes in so much unnecessary packaging. And I'm not a save the earth kind of person, but man, wasteful is wasteful. There's no reason being wasteful. Like one thing I can't believe they haven't cracked down on is chargers for your electrical devices. Man, like every single electrical device uses a different charger. That's just a waste of resources making all those things. Uh-uh. Ah, we didn't get any rust on that. Okay. Yeah, what's the trilogy what's the trilogy type of thing that I'm thinking of? I don't mean Star Wars. I mean it's something like Lord of the Rings. What else is there? Like I don't care for none of those type of things. Oh, Harry Potter. I don't care about none of that shit. For me, it was always the only one is the Bond one. I don't care what they do in the future ones because the old ones are still good. You can't take my old ones away from me. You can ruin the new ones. I don't give a shit. Odds are, if they make a new movie and I don't like it, other people like me probably won't like it either. It's not like I'm gonna be go out on a limb and go like, well, you're just a hater. I'm like, no, it's. I came across a thread one time in the last couple of days. I wasn't even looking for it, and it said something about the new iterations of Bond. I know they're gonna make him a vegan. I'm like, that's not gonna work. Vegan hadn't been invented yet. It would be cool though if they did, and they're probably not gonna do this, but it would be cool if they did, if they reimagined it, and yet still made it back in the '60s. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Do a new one, but still have it set in an earlier time. I think that would be. I could support that concept. The one new movie I wanted to see but missed was that Megalopolis movie. Megalopolis movie. There's actually a town called Megalopolis. I want to say it's in Indiana. I don't think it's about that though. Megalopolis movie. Megalopolis 2024. Oh, I don't like Driver. He's hard to look at. A conflict between Caesar, a genius artist who seeks to leap into a utopian idealistic future in his opposition. Never seen this. Man, what a cast. It's all over the place. I like Giancarlo. Giancarlo is a great actor. He's another guy that you can't I can't dislike Giancarlo. He's too freaking likable. No, I never even heard about this. It got a 4.7 on IMDb and a 45 on Rotten Tomatoes. That doesn't mean you won't like it. You know, Francis Ford Coppola. He's still alive? No, I remember when I was playing. What was that video game we were playing? I mentioned it the other day. Crimson Skies. When I was playing Crimson Skies, they came out with that one game that's like Crimson Skies way back then, with Jude Law and Angelina Jolie, and it's like Captain in the World of Tomorrow or something like that. I'm like, okay, this is like perfect for. This is like a good plot for like that, and it was a horrible, 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 horrible movie. I remember I was like, oh my god, I don't think that I've ever seen Angelina Jolie in anything good, ever. That Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow or some bullshit like, oh, this is like Crimson Skies. Yeah, except it sucks. And most people agreed. You loved it on Mubi Now. I don't know if we get that. Is that the British Tubi? It's Coppola's most recent film. Usually, if the average movie goer hates it, it's probably a decent story. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna dislike it. It doesn't even necessarily mean that I'm gonna dislike it. You know. Although one thing that isn't fixable, if there's some actor or actress that you cannot stand, you're probably not gonna like the movie. If you're watching something and the actor or actress is somebody you like, it's probably not going to be terrible for you. You know, it may not be something you want to see again, but what the hell was that? Well, I never heard of that, but I don't even know what's playing. You know, I don't live with somebody right now that's into movies very much, so I don't watch a lot of movies. Living with somebody right now, my wife doesn't like to watch movies, and that's just fine. You know, we'll watch like sitcoms or stuff. We usually watch that, like movies. Sitting down and watching a movie. You know, you waste an hour and a half and realize you don't like it. It's like I'd rather waste 17 minutes and realize don't like it. The film he wanted to make. Usually, that type of plot that I just read is something that wouldn't appeal to me. Again, it's kind of like science fiction, and it's like not the science or the fiction that I envision. There'll be like one guy I used to play with, Scott. His plot that he absolutely hated was time travel. He hated time travel. So I'd be like, oh, this is cool, but it has time travel. And I'm like, I'm out. Like, he hated time travel. I hate multiple universes. I think multiple universes is like, I don't do the kind of drugs, and I don't want to do the kind of drugs where that kind of makes sense to me, right? I just think that is that's just too far reaching and ridiculous, you know? So that anything that involves multiple universes, I'm out. I'm actually okay to a certain degree with time travel. I really like the going back in time, changing something, going back to it, and the after effects. It's almost kind of like, careful what you wish for kind of thing. I think that plot works really well if it's not like really overdone. It's not a super common plot, but the whole Back to the Future thing. I think I like that concept because it's kind of like we've all done this. Like, man, I wonder what would have happened if I would have done this one different thing in junior high or whatever. How would my life have turned out? I think it's something that's relatable to everybody. You know, but it can be way over the top. The actual time, that kind of Shia LaBeouf is a megalopolis, and I'll never really like that guy. What is it about him that you don't like? I just want to know. I can take him or leave him. He doesn't really do anything for me. I mentioned Adam Driver. The problem I have with Adam Driver, I don't think he's a bad actor. I just think that he looks too unusual for a human being. He just doesn't look like somebody who that's what people look like. It's the best way to put my hands on it. You know. Well, we made ourselves bleed picking on a skin, whatever you call it thing. Shit happens. See, that freaking hurts. It can slice my hand in half and I won't feel that. That hurts like a mother. All right, well, what are you going to do? Bleed all over me? I just might. How's that Versace movie? Isn't that what it is? It's a Versace movie or whatever. You know what I'm talking about that he's in. Is that worth watching? Certainly one of you guys has seen that movie. Is it Versace? One of those designers or whatever. Ooh! I don't know where the hell the Band-Aids are. Versace or one of those other designers. I don't know. Tell you how many handbags I have. Yeah. He's an angry little human. LaBeouf is an angry little human? Okay. Is he? Is he little? I've never seen it. Usually don't watch biopics. But I did like Oppenheimer. I don't like that Cillian Murphy, or whatever his name is. Just looking at him, I'm like, I don't want to sit through the whole movie looking at that guy. I'm sure at some point I'll watch it. But the fact that it stopped short of the actual nuke going off and all that stuff, like, okay, well then why am I watching this? But speaking of Cillian Murphy, I've never seen Peaky Blinders. Never seen it. I don't think it's something that appeals to me. But in my search this last week, I realized that an actor that I do like is in it, which is Sam Neill. I like Sam Neill a lot. And actually, I came across some like audition tape or whatever where he was at audition to be 007 and they didn't take it or whatever. And I said, I think he actually would have made a good 007. I feel like he'd be kind of Moorish as a 007, but I like and whatchamacallit, Sam Neill's in Peaky Blinders, I think. So I'm like, okay, well maybe at some point I may watch that, but I got nobody to watch that kind of stuff with, so it's not like a big appeal. Did like Oppenheimer, yeah. Oh, we took a gash, man. That was what do you call that? In Spanish we call it un pellejo. Little. I just pulled on it. I want to say I read something about Oppenheimer recently. It might have been in one of the other books, and I feel like if I watched that movie and it was accurate, I could probably get lung cancer just from watching the movie. Because that guy was like smoking like 6 packs of cigarettes a day and didn't need anything. And I'm like, where did I read that about him? It must have been on a podcast. It must have been on something on Audible. I don't know why people want to see the bomb go off. I don't know. I mean, it's a terrible invention. I mean, it's the worst invention ever. I mean, it makes reality TV seem like a good idea. Worst invention ever. I'm definitely not a pro-nuclear weapons person, but, I'm also a pro, like, well, we can't get rid of them if the other guy has them person either, I'm not insane. But, you can't put the cat back in the bag, whatever. Can't put the chicken back in the egg. Yeah, I hate nuclear weapons. Or making light of it, That's why I couldn't stand that Fallout thing, man. I'm like, man, I don't find any humor in freaking your children being liquefied. Like, in an instant. Like, no. Gonna get going. Gotta bake some bread today. Awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by. Go watch some Bond movies. Go watch the first one. Expect it to be boring. You'll be alright. The second one was the one that was really boring. I was like, okay, this one's gonna be go. No, it's not, man. It was like slow. I actually fell asleep watching the second movie. Yes, it was in a non fight scene thing. Yeah, I don't need to bake any bread. I am a bread. I love bread. Can't you tell? I love bread. But the bread that was really good was the bread we had in Spain. It's different. There's shit in the bread here. There's stuff in the bread here in the United States that's just not good for us. I was gonna say evil. There's just something in the bread, and it's different. It's different over there. It's the bread here is triggering. Like you eat bread, and like the next thing you want more bread. It's like okay, that doesn't work. That's like drinking something. The more you drink it, the thirstier you get. It's like, or it could be that everywhere that we were in Spain, we walked everywhere. So our metabolism was like working. Whereas here, we're just freaking sedentary. How long have we been on here? Speaking of sedentary, I feel like I've been on here like 4 hours. Ha! 4 hours. Holy shit. Wow. Well, and now that I look at it, I really haven't gotten that much done in 4 hours, but I haven't really screwed around that much, have I? I mean, I've been kind of plugging away. We got some stuff we're going to have to do off camera. We're going to finish this, give the lighter color on it. Then we're done with this. We're going to step away from this. We're going to go check out we need to put a Band-Aid or something like that before we mess on with the, whatever fluid that car's in. That's going to sting like a mother. And strip Hayabusa. So we got some fun stuff to do. It all takes time. And kind of nice to be working on a terrain thing and a car thing at the same time. Really looking forward to throwing a ramp in the game and just seeing how that changes everything. Like I said, I want to say I saw a picture of somebody had taken like a downed F-15. So it was like down, like it crashed, and like it was like half submerged in the rubble or the ground or something like that. So you could see like the cockpit and the one wing. And the F-15's got a pretty hardy, wide wing. And they had turned a ramp into that wing. Like it wasn't just the wing of an F-15 laying there. Like the rest of the carcass of the F-15 was also there. And he'd race over it and use it as a ramp. And they had like an arrow pointed on it, almost kind of like they do in Borderlands. where they're like, you'll see that place. You'll be like, hey, go this way. Like, oh, it's a graffiti artist painting an arrow. It was really well done. It was like inspiring. Like I don't remember where I saw it, but it was like really, really cool. Not that that's practical to, take like a garbage truck and take a ramp or over it, but hey, it's a make believe freaking game, folks. But we'll plan on continuing to call it Gaslands until we have to make a U-turn or turn off at the Y and start changing it into stuff that we don't agree with it. Like maybe we want to change it. Just kind of keep things simple. I don't want to call it Gaslands like, well, that's not how you play it. Well, we're playing our version of it. I don't know that it's going to come to that, but I think the gameplay is probably going to not change, but the team thing just doesn't work. And it might be just as simple as rebrand the team names and leave everything the same way. But I've actually never played with teams or the special perks, whatever. Although I'm building individual vehicles, so I have a feeling that I may take the perk of a vehicle for that particular vehicle, regardless of it being on a team. Because it suits the playing style or what the feel of that vehicle is. Not to make it some super thing. Now, of course, what I haven't done is I haven't put on my glasses, stepped away from this to see what this looks like at a distance. And that's the problem with looking at this nearsightedness. It looks good. It looks good up close, but at the distance, it might might be a little different. Let's go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it. Hey, so damn freaking front heavy. No, I think it looks good. And we do a little bit of this orange one, but not too much. Well, fast forward a little bit. We're not going to do any shows next weekend, or not until Sunday morning. I'm going to be out of town on Friday and Saturday, going to a convention. Don't know that I'll do a video from there. Probably not. Don't have any great expectations of anything other than hanging out with some folks. Nothing I need to get. I was like, oh, it's the last one. Nope, still got one more to do. It's always one more, isn't there? I'm going to take a little pee break. I'll be right back. Yeah, over 4 hours. Well, the good thing about this, two things. I'm not eating the house, and I'm in a really good mood, which is really the whole purpose of doing this. Well, actually, both of them are the purpose of doing it. I would have already had a second breakfast. Is it almost lunchtime? Almost. No. And I actually had a smaller breakfast than most days. Because we're out of bananas. I usually have a banana every morning. We're out of bananas. So I didn't have a banana. And, you know, you guys have enabled me to stay busy. So we've gone back to doing things vertically, unfortunately. I don't really like the vertical feed, but it does get a lot more views. The video that I shot last night, for instance, would have only had like 30 something people that saw it. Now, it still doesn't tell you how long people watched it for, or I'll find that out later, but at least it gets exposed to more people in a vertical fashion. So, you know, I normally would have gotten like, I don't know, 40 views or something like that, and instead we got about 100. No, actually, we got several hundred. So, you know, no point in doing this and people not seeing it. They'd be like, man, I don't know how to start painting. Man, just start painting. Just start slugging paint. Get rid of that painter's block. That painter's block is no good. Okay. Now, let's move over here to Orangina land. Bring this thing back to life. Let's put these out of the way. And we're going to need to add some more water. It's a little too dry. A little too dry, but yet not like dry brush. This is kind of what I need to do first, because as much as I want to do the cars, and trust me, I want to do the cars, there's weapons that the cars could potentially get that aren't here yet. They're not going to arrive until probably about a week and a half at best. So there's no point in getting the cars to the point where, like, that's awesome, but it doesn't have any guns. You know, and I'm at a standstill where I can finish this all the way and not have to work on this while I've got, you know, the weapons accessories for the cars and want to do that sort of thing. Okay. 2 down. And unfortunately those weights, I'm going to have to paint those weights. So, but it's getting from mildly annoying to annoying now. You can't even move this thing from point A to point B without the son of a bitch falling over when you don't want to. And we could spend a lot more time painting this all rusty and stuff, but you know, you get the point. Let's get another. But I do want to make a homemade thing. I don't know what it's going to be. Probably a barrier. I'll have to be on the lookout for some corrugated cardboard, and but I do want to make a barrier with some graffiti and shit like that. In particular, there's one graffiti that I saw online. One of my favorite things I've ever seen. It was this picture of this wall, and I don't know if it's real or it's something that somebody made as a gag or something like that. But spray painted on this wall, it says what does it say? Spread anarchy. Spread anarchy, big letters, and then say it is in red letters, and in white letters it's crossed through the spread anarchy, and underneath it says, "Don't tell me what to do." It's like, I'm gonna put that on. That's gonna be somewhere in this game on some wall or whatever. I freaking love that. Anarchists saying spread anarchy, and then somebody who's an anti-anarchist saying, "You're not gonna tell me what to fucking do." That's not anarchist enough for you to tell me what to do. We're to the point where we need terracotta. Yeah, going more orange than this would be a bit extreme. Nope, still managed to get some on me. Terrible bottle design. What's up, Javier? El muro de Trump con los sheriffes detrás del rótulo de gasolina, ice cars, policy Mexican lowriders. Yeah, definitely. Except it's not in a race or whatever. Yeah, La Migra. Look out, La Migra's coming. Well, the Mexican gangs were afraid of Migra even before Trump, so. But yeah, that would be, you know, I don't think using the cops in a race, in a death race, is the right way to use cops. I think cops need to be like on the sideline, almost like a random event. Like the cops would be like a great random event. Like, you pull a chit out. Oh, it's the freaking cops, you know? Okay, roll to see where they come in. I think that that would be a really good use for the cops. You know, and they could be like battle cop cars. I mean, they're not. They don't need to be like standard cop cars. They can be like standard cop cars with weapons and stuff like that. Not like, oh, we're gonna ask you to pull over. Like, no, I mean, like it's, you know, they're heavily, and they might be actually really heavily armed. Okay, and you know, laden with all kinds of destruction. And I think that that would actually be a really interesting concept. You know, like I said, I don't have to play the game the way it's intended. I think the spirit is there. I think the spirit of the game with the dice and stuff works. But yeah, I mean the sky's the limit. You know, yeah, Mexican lowriders, rednecks. I'm gonna have a German team. I'm not going to tell you what the German car is. It's not going to be a Third Reich influenced. It's not. It's not going to have any. You know, they're not right wing Germans or left wing Germans. However you want to think of it. They're not Nazi Germans. You know, so that's, you know, there's more to Germans about than just being Nazis. Italians, British. You know, British punk guys, and you know, mixture of different British things. One of the teams I think is supposed to be Russian. The Mishkins. I think the Mishkins are Russians, which is, you know, gremlins from the Kremlin. I still want to do like and I've talked about this, doing a Pinto. Of course, it's hard to find a model of a Pinto. There's an old classic Hot Wheels Pinto model that goes for a fortune. And I remember seeing as a kid, it's called Poison something or another. And it's an old 1970s Hot Wheels. And it's a Pinto, you know, Pinto with the, you know, souped up with the engine and everything like that, you know, all sticking out of the hood and everything. And Piston Poison, something like that. And it goes for like a fortune. Well, you know, we don't want that. We're fine buying the cheap vehicles, but it'd be nice to have a Pinto, modify it so it drives around backwards and it rams into people. You know, because Pintos used to be known for blowing up. If you backed into a Pinto, it would blow up. So a Pinto is just asking to have an exploding ram on it. You know, shit like that. You know, I wouldn't mind having it. I wouldn't mind having a team that is, you know, or a group. Call it a team. A group that's all Dodge cars, one that's all Chevys, and one that's all Fords. You know, so you have that rivalry going. You know. But I want to see how this graphic thing works, because if we can reuse some of the decal, if we can reuse the graphics on the cars that are decals when we want to, not every time. If you want to, like, you know, this is good. I want to keep this decal, but I need to weather it and make it look like it's part of the rest of it. You know, you can't have it look like all shiny and then the rest of it's like all like beat up and rusty. If we could do that concept, there's some cars out there that are like perfect. One team in particular, which I did not mention, and I'm not going to mention. I'm not going to steal my thunder on this. I've talked to Mitch about it. It's just too funny. It's about having a good time. It's about laughing at shit. You know, that's what it is. And then managing the dice. So. There's a monster truck version of the Poison Pinto. Okay, so it's Poison Pinto, okay, that's going cheap. It just needs an undercarriage swap. So a Pinto on a monster truck body that with an exploding ram. Well, I do have some. I do have rams coming. I have rams coming. I have some machine guns coming. I have a pack of two packs of machine guns, mini guns, a ram thing, and some bolt-on armor, and that's gonna get the ball rolling, you know. And yeah, Poison Pinto. Yeah, that thing goes for a fortune. I remember what that thing goes for. You know, Poison Pinto. 425. You know, just because somebody's selling it for $425 doesn't necessarily mean that it actually goes for that amount. This is like a perfect. You know, it doesn't really look like a Pinto. Doesn't really look like a Pinto. Yeah, Poison Pinto. Yeah. You know, I didn't even want to spend $7 on some of these, but it's like it's either that or I have to order a BMW, and by the time I add the shipping and everything, it's that same amount. So we're gonna go out today. I'm gonna see if somebody has some you know, because there's some cars out there that I wouldn't that are on my list. I don't have to get them all now, but the problem is they're so damn rare that if I see one, I gotta pick one up. You know, the Japanese cars are really hard to come by. You know, like they in the new set from Hot Wheels, there's three versions of a Datsun 240. Like that's perfect. I don't need three of them. Just one. You know, one. And they make a 1997 Integra Series R. That's another car that's good. You know, Datsun 240 as opposed to a Nissan 240. Two totally different cars. Nissan 240 looks like what you guys would call, what do you guys call it? A Silva. That's more like a Silva. That'd be okay too. I really like the look of those cars. Of course, that's when Nissans were reliable. Now I don't know about Nissans now. It's just you know exactly. I'd like to get a WRX. I'd like to get a you know they make one. They made one to pack with like 19 other vehicles I didn't want. I'm like, okay, well, we'll buy that individually. The Chrome version, monster truck version of. Okay, now I gotta look at that. There was a monster truck. I never bought a monster truck, but there was a monster truck out there that I forget what it is. 7 years ago, I wanted to get, and you know I enjoy looking at these things, even if I don't buy any of them. It's like fun. It's fun to look at shit. Now, here's a skyline. Got to have a skyline for a Japanese team. I mean, come on. Okay, so let's look at this Poison Pinto. Poison Pinto. What did you call it? Monster truck. Monster truck. Monster truck. Yeah, some things are way over the top, but sometimes way over the top works. Oh, okay. That is cheap. That is cheap. Yeah, this thing. Interesting. Are monster trucks a thing in Britain? Because like there's some things. Okay, here's my American coming out of me. There's some things that are what I would consider stupid for those of us here in the United States. So I can't imagine that if people could swallow it here, why would somebody outside of here, outside of this country, even accept it? One of those things is wrestling. Like I just associate wrestling with stupid American stuff. Like, why would somebody not in the United States even support all the wrestling thing? You know, if you play one of the Mexican lowriders, you have to wear a lucha libre mask while you're playing. Orale chingón. Yes, there's going to be a chingón, just so you know. And there's going to be, like, I already have a car that's going to be La Chancla. There's already going to be a Chancla car. I just need a little Virgin Mary that I can put on the. Yeah, all these criminals, but they have this reverence for the Virgin Mary. Go figure. I saw a video last night of a guy that had taken a dry erase marker and had gone over some of the decals of this stuff and erased some of the decals with wiping it off. I'm like, I gotta try that. I gotta try that. That just seems too fucking cool not to try that. Okay, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. Okay, here's another one. We got about half of them left to do. That's good. So wrestling's not really a thing out there? Yeah. Well, there's a lot of 3D printed stuff out there that's really useful. So the way I'd like this game to go is I make up a bunch of cards. They all have a card pre-made. Advantages, disadvantages, point values, not all over the place. Maybe one's worth 27, one's worth 34. Who gives a shit, right? You get randomly assigned what card you get to play, and there you go. So people can't just keep playing the same thing. And then you're going to see cards that are going to have reputations for doing certain kind of things, That's how I'd like for it to do. And some people very much want to play the game. I want to come up with creative shit and snazzy names for things. Every car and driver has a self-deprecating name, pretty much. Wrestling is, monster truck isn't. Yeah, there's some designs that are just really weird. So I don't necessarily want to build the characteristics of the teams in the game. I don't necessarily want to carry that throughout the characteristic of the team. Like, for instance, let's say I was building a German team, right? With German cars. I don't necessarily want to say, okay, well, we're going to have these guys behave like one of the teams in Gaslands. Because, for instance, let's take one thing that I did read, Miyazaki. Okay, Miyazaki is the Japanese-influenced sports car tuner supercar team, right? So, like, in the game, and I'm just ad-libbing here, I looked at it a little bit, they're into, like, finesse and driving and doing all these special skills and shit like that. And they're not allowed to have, like, a vehicle that has a maneuverability less than 3 or something like that. I said, well, what if I come across a van, and I've seen one, that is a Asian-inspired van. The vans don't move at 3, they move at 2, but it goes with the Asian persuasion team. Like, I want to use that, And it may not have those super driving skills, but there's no reason it can't be, part of that. I don't want to be hamstrung by, I don't want my creativity hamstrung by the rules, which, that kind of stuff. So it doesn't really matter. Maybe there's maybe there's a skill that one of the drivers has that's for one particular team that really should have it for like something else. So the whole point is you have to play different cars differently. That is the whole point. You can't like, well, I'm just going to do what I always do. Well, that won't work. That won't work if you're using the Wambulance, for instance. The Wambulance, which will have a harpoon. I think it has. I think it has a harpoon, unless I can put like one of those ball knock things off. Beat the shit out of somebody with a ball. What do you think? Wrecking ball. A wrecking ball without Miley Cyrus, please. Ugh. So there's one of the games that I played at the last convention. This one guy that would always come to the convention was a vendor, and his name is Stan Johansson, and he made his own version of a Car Wars game before Gaslands came out. And he sells some pre-made cars, all in nominally 20 millimeter scale type stuff. And he passed away a month or so ago. And he was a really decent guy who had a really good attitude and put on really fun games. And he did all the cars and everything. And it looks, but his track was like a track. I mean, it was like 8 feet long, and it was like a loop, and there was shortcuts you could do on it. And it was his own take on the game, and it was, it wasn't anything like Gaslands per se. It was more like a death race type thing. And he always had a fun game. I played it 3 or 4 times. Of course, I spent so much time between playing it that I always had to relearn how to play it. So that would have been something I would have played definitely in this last show. I think last time I played, I won because I freaking drive. It's a driving game. Like, you need to drive. You can't crash fast enough to win. I mean, yes, you're trying to eliminate the other team, but you need to stay on the frickin' track. You need to stay on the track. Are there bikes in Gaslands? Yes. Yes, there's all kinds of, in the new game, meaning Reloaded, there's all kinds of cars that are or car styles that there weren't in the basic game. And there's some really cool apps for free that you can use to build cars, which, is kind of something to do on the side. But yeah, here's the performance car that I'm making for the Bond one. Roger Dodger. Yeah, it's going to have an oil slick dropper, a smoke dropper, and rockets. That's it. Anyways, let's see. You can make a new car, second edition. Okay, and then your vehicle type. Oh, I don't like how they do this. You basically have to tell how many credits you use. I hate the name cans. Again, it's just a personal choice. I would not have called it cans. All right, ambulance, bike with sidecar, buggy, a bus, a car, just a standard. The car is anything that's not like a high performance car or a van or anything like that. A drag racer, gyrocopter, heavy truck, helicopter, ice cream truck, monster truck, performance car, tank, truck, and war rig. You know, in between those, it'll tell you basically how many hull hits it has, the maximum gear it can go into, and handling, which is how many of those skid dice you get to roll every time. Or you can roll any time. You actually don't have to roll any. But what's the fun in that? You know? So that's all the types. And within those types, you can actually buy upgrades. And the upgrades can involve adding extra crew members and stuff like that. So just because something has one crew member doesn't mean you can't buy something that has multiple crew members. Like, for instance, well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you this because it steals the thunder. But, yeah. And the number of crew members also means how many weapons you can fire at one time. So, like, let's say you have a car that has one crew member in it, the driver, right? You can drive and fire one weapon. But if, like, let's say you have a forward firing weapon and a rear firing weapon, and you have a guy to your front and a guy to your rear, you can only fire one or the other. That doesn't happen that often. You know, usually one crew member is enough. But, you know, likewise, if you got 4 crew members and only one weapon, the other ones can fire their pistols or whatever out, which aren't very effective, but, you know, it could be entertaining. Well, yes, there's bikes. I assume that they wreck really horrendously, very, very easily. But all we did the other night is we both took a car. Didn't matter what it looked like. They were all the same. They were all cars, which was handling of 3. You could roll 3 dice. And maximum gear 5. And they all had a heavy machine gun to the front and a machine gun to the back. So 3d6 to the front, 2d6 to the back. And that's it. And we just, let's learn the game playing with that. So that is a really popular car. I'm probably going to have several cars that are armed just like that. You know, some middle of the road car, like, you know, because you only have one type of supercar, and that's a performance car. So, like, for instance, you look at, you can't make every single car that has engines sticking out of it a performance car. You know, so to me, a performance car has greater handling. So any of these U.S. muscle cars, you know, this is not a performance car. You know, this handles like a freaking bus. Okay, not knocking it. I'm just saying that, you know. So you gotta save the performance cars for, you know, your Lamborghinis and, you know, that the Porsche, that BMW that I have. That's not a performance car. That's just going to be a car. The Porsche will be a performance car. That type of stuff. There's actually one of the skills that I found somewhere that actually has something called like rear steering. So like when you do what they call a spin, which is really just a rotation, you actually rotate on the front. So your tail will kick out, or maybe it's the other way around. Whatever. It's interesting that they added that little nuance in there. You know, see, the Porsche's got to have that. I've played a Porsche in enough driving games. Like, that thing's weird. That thing behaves. That drives like something different. You know, Porsche 911s just, because of where their engine is and their weight distribution, they're really weird. Like a P51 with different fuel levels on it. They're odd. So that's why I want to build. You know, I'm going to build that. That car particularly will have that. But there's a group of guys that, I don't know where it is, but they've got a website of that they build these really nice looking Hot Wheels. And when I mean Hot Wheels, I mean Matchbox. When I mean Matchbox, I mean Hot Wheels too. We'll lump them all together, right? Matchbox Hot Wheels. And they do a lot of like the painting and stuff with Sharpies. And I guess you have to seal it because a Sharpie does not. Now the problem with a Sharpie is it has a tip that, not unlike this, doesn't give a whole lot. You know, like basically it's going to be this shape, And the only way you're going to get a different shape is if you push down on it, and now you've misshapen its tip. You know, it's not like a paintbrush where you can manipulate the thickness of the line with a paintbrush. With a Sharpie, you really can't. But there's some designs that I've seen that are just insane. Like there's a microbus that I saw that was all like, you know, Mexican gang looking. And the whole roof of of this microbus had this runic looking scene of almost like a tower of skulls or skulls all over like a pile of skulls all over the top of the microbus, with all the skulls individually drawn on there. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. It almost looked like an Aztec calendar look. You know, it was like this sandstone type of color. It was absolutely beautiful, but it's like, okay, I need to do more than one vehicle ever. You know, we can't spend that much time. You know, you can't just, you know, dry brush it in one color and you're done. But I can't spend, you know, 50 hours on one vehicle and then let somebody else touch it. Like, that's not that type of, you got to have some kind of a compromise. So, but there's some real artists out there that, you know, do some incredible work. But it is fun to look at things online. You don't even have to buy any of them. It's just cool seeing what's out there. The question is, how do you know that there's a Pinto monster truck out there? am I enabling? Yeah, it's just fun to go look at stuff. You don't have to buy any of them. It's just fun to look and see what's out there. Prison cars. I don't know what the hell prison cars. Nitro booster. Experimental teleporter. Okay, that's too over the top. I'm not going to build any cars with experimental teleporters. You know, I guess if you want to do a DeLorean or something like that. A DeLorean with experimental teleporter. We don't need wheels where we're going. Trump's wall. I'm not going to interject politics in it. A good way to escape from reality, not necessarily bring reality back into it. Of course, you could make a MAGA team, but wouldn't it be the same as a redneck team? Similar-ish. Similar-ish in many respects. Well, once we're done with this orangish color on these, we're gonna stop for the morning, anyways. It's not even morning anymore. Yeah, really not interested in doing politics. I don't want to have a political discussion with anybody about shit like It's fun. I'm fair about laughing about everything, making fun of everything, but some subjects are just going to be like, you're going to get somebody who's going to be like on want to be on a podium or a soapbox to talk about something. Like I'm not interested in that. That's not what we're here for. Lighten up, Francis. Well, I've kind of painted this haphazardly and not paid a whole lot of attention to it. So when I'm done, I might actually surprise myself about the way some of it looks. But whatever the results is, I'm a lot closer to finishing of these and never having to paint them again than I was this morning when I started. So that's good. That's the whole objective. Now, one thing's for sure on these vehicles, Matchbox vehicles, Hot Wheels or whatever, they make these things you can mount on a wall where they can fit in sideways. I wouldn't mind having that, and then there's a place for them to be, because they're gonna look pretty cool. I don't want them to look all like they're like a what did I call it? A shanty town. I don't want them to look like a shanty town, like an armed shanty town. But you can't have corrugated metal and spikes on every single one of them. At that point, you might as well just buy the same body style for everything and have fun with it. I hope he's watching a Bond movie right now. Never seen a Bond movie. Come on, man. Missing out. Got this one to do and one more. talking about lawn movies, all of a sudden I want to go watch one. All right, let's see what we're looking like here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't have any washes applied to the front, and I'm probably going to do some of that. I thought maybe I built them wrong. I should have made some that the arrows point the other direction, but there's only one way to build them. Actually, you can't make that mistake, so. Okay, folks,